What's up, Street Thugs? Let's see if we get it. I got so much stuff going on. Let me get this all set up here. Hello, hello. So this is my first real test with my new SSD, my new external drive. Everything's all set up. I was trying to re-download everything last night. Nothing was downloaded. Let me get ready for him. I am indeed. Invite to team. Play to team. So hopefully everything is working. And let me see here. Let's try that. Yeah, so the mobs are already away. Yeah, we'll be able to test out the brute here. There's a slight echo. That's one of the issues I had to deal with too, is my mic. We'll see if this works any differently. This headset's really nice, but when I bought it, the mic didn't work right, so I had to like do all kinds of stuff to get it to work. Let's try something here. I don't know if that's going to make any difference. The nerf awful.
Pretty bad, babe.
It's echoing pretty bad.
It's annoying to listen to.
Where could that be coming from?
You're on Torchbearer, right?
We are on Torchbearer, yes.
I totally massive people. Oh, you totally hear me too.
Keldon, what's going on? I'm trying to fix my reverb since I redid my entire settings. My mic has been weird, so I've got to try to adjust that. Get rid of the echo. What sucks is I can't hear myself, so I can't tell if it's causing the echo. Okay, so I can't tell if it's any different. And of course, there's a delay. So I have to wait.
It's worse. It's way worse.
It's worse. Okay. Let's try this.
Do you want to try using my free mic?
I not on this server, no. Not on Homecoming, I should say. I do have a Red Fire tank, but I'm not on Homecoming. How's it sound now?
I'm still waiting.
Waiting on the delay. The delay is causing delays. The speakers aren't on. They go through my headset. I got these for Christmas. I had the problem when we first bought them.
It's not as bad anymore, but like you can hear like every mouse click, every type. It's like I'm talking directly into your mic.
Hey, Kelvin. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Is it echoing though?
Oh, it's going in and out if it's echoey or not. Like sometimes it's just a little canny and sometimes it's full on echoey.
Inside of a can. Okay, let's try with that. I got this razor little Gumagotcha here, which I never really know how to use, so we'll play with that. There's a volcanic eruption 30 minutes away? Dude, you'll be able to see it from your house. Sound is okay on my side, no echo, no reverb? Interesting. Yeah, Yellowstone's not too far from here, Tony. So, and Mammoth, if Mammoth ever blew, we'd be able to see it from here. Yeah. If Mammoth ever blows, we're done. It would take out all of the United States. Like, crops would be destroyed. Soil would be destroyed.
I'll refresh.
I tried adding chat to the stream, but it was acting funny. The other thing, too, I noticed last night when I was trying to test things out was if you go to creations, because I had to redo all my SSD and everything and files, I did make a backup of my entire computer, so it's saved. But all my Comic-Con farms are not in my list anymore. So now I've got to figure out a way to transport them. I mean, they're still published, but all my files, my saved files for them are gone. So if I want to add any more, I got to figure out a way to transfer them over. Thorbjorn? That symbol makes a TH sound? Oh, okay. I was watching a video of what is it? Gods of War 3, I think it is, or 4? Maybe it was 4. It was one that came out last year. I've never played Gods of War. It looks like an awesome game, but I've never played it. And they were trying it. The Gods of War from last year, I guess, and a lot of you guys probably know this better than I do, but it's based on Norse mythology rather than the Greek. So they kept trying to pronounce the letters, and they had that symbol, that weird, I don't know, sideways P, or a sideways tongue sticking out. And they were trying to figure out if it's a TH sound, but yeah. So is Thor spelt like that too? In Norse mythology? Thorbjorn? Okay. Published stories. I don't know if anybody else. We won't try to invite any randos just to save space for anybody who jumps in and wants to join. I know Rasta wanted to be here. Rastafarian. So we'll save a couple spots. Hopefully the reverb is adjusted. You sound better at all? It's still really bad? I don't know what's causing that.
It doesn't, but when I hear my voice through it, I'm not echoing. So I think your sensitivity is just too high because it picks me up, and when I type, my typing is extremely loud through your mic.
Okay, well, I could bring it way down. Let's try that out. I wonder if I would shut this down altogether, it would work. Let's see. So I turned the sensitivity way down. Let's see if it doesn't cancel me out altogether. So far, though, other than having to re-download everything, everything's working okay. My mic and my headset's always been an issue since the day I got it. Except the issue we had then when I first got it is the only way you could hear me is if I was screaming at the top of my lungs.
Perfect. It's perfect.
That's good? Okay. So I had to turn the sensitivity way down. So let's try that. All right. So we're going to test out. Tonk, did you want to join us? The big difference with you should make a character and we can PL you. Server transfers are free. You get like 5 a day, and I think it resets like the moment you log out and log back in. I'll get Tonk in here. Oop, wrong one.
I would like to join.
What character are you on? Laure. Okay. So yeah, so there has been a change to character builds, and we shall see, because Jenny is saying that brutes have got a nerf, that things are running away. I don't know how that would work, but we'll see how that works. That's very interesting. Oh, I heard a trash knock over somewhere. I think the cats are trying to get into things. Or I should say cat. So the SSD is supposed to make everything run super fast. I did load like instantaneously. I wasn't even paying attention. I just realized, whoa. So I take it Tonk has a Zartane. He has a SSD setup because he was in here just as fast as I was. Do I have it all? Everything? No, I don't. Oh, you know what? I just realized a lot of my powers are missing. Let's go over here then. So my mouse setup is not set up. That's alright. I did see that they increased damage limits to tanks. And I don't mean just like actual physical damage. I mean like how many they can actually hit at a time. So this is going to mess me all up. I need to set up my mouse tray, because it is not on. You had to add taunt to burn. Yeah, we'll see how that works out. First, options. Where is the graphics? Nope. Windows, maybe? Where is the... I feel like it was a small window. Nope. Nope, 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 nope. Controls? Right there's right there. Enabled. Bam! There it is. Woo! Cool. There we go. Now we're back to green flag racing. I'm gonna have to reset some of these binds too. Yeah, I gotta be careful with this. I think. Oh no, I think we're safe right there. Okay. All of a sudden it looked like my razor was shutting off my toggles. I'm like, no, 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 no. This is good. You guys get to be my guinea pig for my new system. I definitely want to make my rad tank again. Which I do have one, but it's on the secret server, so it doesn't do me any good there. See if we can pull these guys over. Come yonder. There we go. Cool. Yeah, I'm looking forward to testing out my rad tank. I have it set up for, you know, survivability because it's a tank, but I did add damage to it because it does do a lot of output damage, even though that damage isn't great damage, but I'm wondering now if it's a lot better. Egg Bowman, how's it going? Did that whole group come over? I hope so. Yeah, no, I figured the bruise would be still more damage. Still, though, it's still nice to have more damage as a tank. That way you can be more than just a meat shield. Still reverb. It's a lot less though, right? I mean, I can turn it, I'm at 25%, I can turn it down some more. I'm just worried it's not going to pick up my voice, even though I'm super loud. I don't know if that'll ever be an issue. My voice travels. Yeah, 700 is still very high, even with 0% reduction. Most brewers weren't even getting. Yeah, I never tapped out on damage. If I hit 600%, I was happy. So down from 775 is not a big deal. Like right now, it's at 400. I still got 300% more to go before I hit that. Granted, I'm not hitting my inspiration, but still, that's an excessive amount. Honk's character always makes me want to bust into, like, Kesha. Tick tonk on the clock, but the party don't stop, no. Oh, I didn't even have my assault on, or not assault. Yeah, my hybrid assault, not leadership assault. I guess I could get some of these. Oh, my keybinds aren't in there because I forgot to load them. I thought I did. Oh, no, I didn't. I don't even know if the keybind is in there. Because I had to reinstall City of Heroes and everything, so it was like all from scratch. Luckily, it saved my Windows setup, so I just had to go and save it real fast, save the default file. I didn't have to worry about readjusting everything. That was convenient. What's ET short for? Are you talking like as in ET the movie? Extraterrestrial? What else? What other ET could you be talking about? Oh, because he has tiny legs. Because you're talking about the Cheech and Chong ET extra testicle. Ice Fire, yes I do. I still have it. It was my original build. When we went to the secret server, I created my first farmer on there was an Ice Fire. Torchbearers? That's awesome. Yes. Yes, at the moment. But I can get you on the list. I like that, Torchbearers. That's pretty cool. What's up, party peoples? Boom. What's brown and sticky? A stick? I guess it would be. If it was a dead stick, would it still be brown? Coming over here. You can drop me any money so I can go farm on my 50. Oh, is that all you're doing?
No, I'm having you power level this character because someone who wants to actually jump out.
That's up to you. If you want to jump out.
48. It's not really.
You're 48?
Yeah.
Oh, you're almost there.
Yeah.
Okay, so then Torchbearers, if you are in on the stream, the live stream, Lori says she's at 48, so as soon as she hits 50, she'll jump out and get a spot. Oh, look at all that ice. It's raining ice. Hallelujah. 49, damn. So you only got one level to go. Burn, baby, burn. I think I need to turn down my gamma particles. I can't see. I usually have them turned way down too, like under like 5,000. Because it's so much fire, and it's just like, look at me, I look like a freaking flower firework. Let's hit these guys over there. Got multiple mobs burning down. I am on the stream, yes, good. That way you can hear me, I can talk to you. Where are these guys going over there? I'll go grab them here in a second. And jump. That reminds me of another joke like that, which I just saw a couple days ago, and I can't remember. It was like a dad joke. But it had something to do with like turning myself around or something. What? Someone is impersonating me, so if you receive messages about canned meat, it's just spam. That's that's pretty funny. I saw a whole bunch of dad jokes that were in the Walking Dead format, using the meme where Rick has to confront Carl about his wife or Carl's mom, Lori, being dead, and it's just one after another. And I saved them somewhere. I'd have to find them, but they're freaking hilarious. Oh my god, I was sitting on the toilet going over them, and I was laughing my ass off on the toilet. Almost laughed my ass right off the toilet. Alright. Oh, glowy. Cool. It's so funny how life goes through phases of things. You know, went through phase of blonde jokes and all these different jokes. Now it's dad jokes. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing to laugh your ass off the toilet. Tonk, how was the raid night thing last? I think it was last night with PG. I think it was last night. My computer was down. Why don't skeletons ever go trick-or-treating? Because they have nobody to go with? Yeah. Ain't got nobody. You have some great builds on Secret? Yeah, I've got a bunch of them on Secret. And of course, you know, all my original characters, which was nice to have. Which was really nice is I had 7 accounts on live, and they hooked me up with all 7 accounts and merged them all into that one account, which was nice. It was cool to see them all. My computer's been, I've gone through a couple different computers since live, so I didn't have any of my mids. That's another thing I need to do. I need to download mids again. And all my build files are on the backup drive, so I still have all those, but I still need to download it. And I think I saved the download file too, so I should be able to just grab that and just download it directly from there. I'm waiting for more dad jokes. I guess I could use these. I'll have to hand click them, manually click them. Ain't nobody got time for that. almost fell apart backwards. It's a trap. There's like so much death and destruction. The game seems louder too. It's almost too loud. I don't know how it is for you guys, but on the stream, but man, I turned it down earlier. Or last night, I turned it down to kind of get it set up. It's like, oh my god, it's like bleeding in my ears. I can hardly wait for Baby Yoda's second word and then his first. You know, I hate that people do that with Yoda. Yoda did not talk like that. In the original trilogy, he did not talk in that weird backwards format. He only did that when he was acting like a weirdo to Luke before Luke knew who he was. The moment he revealed himself as Yoda, the backwards talk was gone. He only did it as an idiot, to act like he was just some fool. And now everybody does it. And then everybody did it so much that freaking George Lucas made it exactly how he talked all the time in the prequels. And I was like, you son of a bitch. Wait, I lost it. How do you make holy water? You put some in a pan and boil the hell out of it. If Satan lost his hair, there would be hell to pay. The rotation of the earth really makes my day. Man, my memory is getting horrible as I get older. I can't remember any of those dad jokes that I've read. And some of them I was like reading over and over. They were just so funny. I can't remember any of them. I must have been drinking alcohol. Wasn't able to process memories. Come on, corrupted security guard. Oh, you beat Double D? Tonk? That's awesome.
50.
You're 50? Awesome. Yeah, I really wanted to be there too. I wanted to help out with that. But my computer was down. I did jump in there for a second because I forgot that my daughter was coming over to help, or she set it up. She set up the SSD. And then I hear the door, I'm like, oh shit, I forgot about that. So then I had to like shut it all down. I was like, damn it. I had to spend the week like transferring over files and copying over stuff and creating the external drive. But after all is said and done, I have 10 terabytes of storage now. I think I'm good, because that was my main issue. Because I only had 2 originally. And trying to... Where are you guys all going? Trying to make that all work for recording videos. Because videos are... I started out with 700 gigabytes used on my computer out of 2 terabytes. And then it went... Within 2 months of recording videos to upload, it went from that to 1.4 terabytes. So I had 0.4 terabytes left. I was like, holy shit. And then of course I was dealing with like computer lag, and I was like, oh my gosh, I gotta fix this. So I started researching Something weirdly satisfying watching your alt get killed over and over. Everybody likes watching their characters get killed in here. It's kind of... Oh, is that masochistic? Might be. Oh, let's see here. Mad King, I don't know if you can hear me. I have one person on the list who's going to be joining shortly, and then I can get you on after that. Let me get you on the list. Hear what I'm thinking about it. Let's see. So I got Torchbearers, and then we got Mad King 2.0. There we go. And then Torchbearers, I'll get you in here in a second because Lori hit 50, so I think she's just going to finish this run. And I'll get you in here. Actually, it'd probably be safer for to invite you when we're outside. Doesn't cause that weird bug. Bruticus. Boom. Let me go grab these up here. Hello. Hello. Come down here. Come join the party. Rock and roll. Ooh, there's an MSR going on. What level can you do MSRs? Because I feel like I see a lot of people trying to go over there when they're super low. I thought there was a level limit to it. Like 35 or something. Apparently people are trying to take lobies to the MSRs. Is that even doable? Is that a thing? Okay. Vis viva. Vis viva. Akribos Rampatiki. Patiki? 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 Like wiki or tiki? Wiki? Patiki? Akribos Karabos. Tony, there's no doubting that is a Greek name. There is no denying it. And it starts with an A. So that means it's a negative. Hey, just hit 50 on my red fire nod. This time starts loading. This was my first farmer, so I was wondering how much influence it will take. Ooh. Are you on the stream? I should say live stream just in case. That way I can actually talk to them rather than type. Because that has multiple answers. I'm like waiting for this person to respond. And I'm like, I feel like I'm waiting for the delay, but... No problem, Mad King. Yeah, I got you set up on there. Absolutely. Yesterday, my doctor told me my chronic diarrhea is inherited. Runs in the family. That would suck. That's like winning like the worst gene lotto ever. Man. You were up for 2 seconds and the cat already overtook your chair.
And it's asleep.
And is asleep. Or he's pretending to be asleep so you don't move him. I do have a blaster farmer, but I felt like it was too much work. It's just way too much work than the, because, tanks and brutes, we're just lazy. We just want to be able to stand there and take damage. Brutes like to stand there and take damage and deal damage. Yes, watching now. Alright, Meech. So as far as influence goes, if you have any purples or archetype enhancements already saved, obviously that's going to help you quite a bit. It's going to easily cost you $500 million. So 500 million, easily. But there are times I can get away with it only costing me like 200 million. But you got to really finagle the market. Meaning you have to find... So if you need like Luck of the Gamblers, the recharge, I would go in and just buy the cheapest defense enhancement you can find. Invention enhancement, of course. And then just buy converters or get converters or use merit to get converters or whatever and just convert them. And converters are really cheap on the market. So I think they're like 10,000 a piece or something like that. Or maybe 90,000. I think it's like 100,000. So if you buy 10, it's like $1 million. So you can go that route and just buy a whole bunch of converters, and that'll save you a ton of money. Cherry, more than that, converters are pretty cheap. And so if you can do that with all your really expensive stuff, you can get away with buying everything super cheap and then just converting it, and it won't cost you nearly as much. I got really fortunate. I had a lot of the purples and archetype enhancements in my... Okay, Zartane's leaving. Thank you, Zartane, for coming, man. I appreciate it. But yeah, you're gonna be looking at least spending 500 million. If you don't have any purples and stuff, I mean, you can buy the class enhancements like between 8 and 10 million, and then just converting them. If they're going for that price, though, I don't know, you might want to look into buying the packs, because sometimes you can get 2 per pack. I was forced to eat a giant marshmallow when my pillow was gone.
You still need my spot, right?
I do have 2 people waiting, Lori. So if you want to bow out,
yeah, I will. I'm gonna log in my other character.
Okay. So then I can invite. Let's see if I can go up there. Right there, Torchbearers.
You still have my Ice Fire build, right?
I'd have to go pull it out of the...
I'm not talking right now, like later.
Yeah, I'm sure I have it. Well, yeah, I'm not getting it right now. I'm busy.
I wasn't expecting you to.
I know.
I'm gonna run some errands real quick, okay?
Okay. Alright. Start the next one. My pleasure. You know, I have made like extra farmers the same exact build. Like once if I hit like level 99, at that point it's like, what's the point of just using this one to farm when I can farm a new farmer, same build, and start getting Empyrean merits again, just to transfer to other characters. Good lord, I do load in fast. So that's something you can consider too. Is you can strip one to put in the other, but yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to try out my tanks. Because if it's doing that much damage, like I can totally farm with my tanks, but it's slow. I'm really wondering. Phil's mother has 3 sons, Huey, Louie, and... Phil's mother has 3 sons, Huey, Louie, okay, Obviously, it can't be Dewey. Phil's mother has. Oh, Phil! It's Huey, Louie, and Phil. It's Huey, Louie, and Phil. That's a good one. That's one of those like really tricky ones. That's the kind of question you'd see on an IQ test. There to trick you. I like that one. I feel smart now. It's almost as good as your Fire Brute? Wow. See, I still have I have a fire tank on the secret server because that was my original farmer back in the day when we were doing ninjas. Back in like 2005, late 2005 maybe. Remember the ninja ones with the Chimera map with all the ninjas? So I had that forever. And then of course they nerfed the tanks. So I didn't really use it too much anymore. But it's nice to know that it's actually going to do some damage again. On live, when I made the first Comic-Con farm, I was still using my fire tank. I wasn't using brutes. Of course, then the Comic-Con farm wasn't designed like it is now. It was a lot trickier because it wasn't focused on fire. Like Wolverine had his claws, Captain America had his shield, Darth Vader had his lightsaber, Elektra had her size. So it was a lot more, you gotta have a lot more of a balanced character. So it wasn't nearly as optimized or as fast. It's so funny because that's how people found me. Old friends from live is they searched for that farm, the Comic-Con farm, the Comic-Con riots, and that's how they found me. I was like, oh, I found you. That's how I discovered you were actually on Homecoming. I found your mission. It has made my reputation. There's no joke. It's done more than that. I mean, granted, it's what's helped me build my YouTube channel. You know, hitting 300 subs in 2 months is supposed to be really good. So, I mean, granted, it's not a lot in the long run, but hey, you got to start somewhere. But even more than that, when I made my board game, my tabletop game, you know, I was putting a link in the Comic-Con pop-out when you first loaded the screen. If anybody wanted to check out my game, to go check it out. And I did a Kickstarter, and the City Heroes, the people who played the Comic-Con farm, are the ones who funded my game. Like, no shit, like, the Homecoming community funded my Kickstarter. So I ended up making like $8,600. So Paris, holy crap! There was someone from Germany who was wanting to be here too, that I saw last night. But yeah, they totally funded. So Comic-Con has helped me in real life. It's pretty cool. I really miss all the costumes. Because like I say all the time, I always have ideas for new ones. And it's just a bummer. And I've considered making like a derpy version of the Comic-Con farm. Like make the costumes even... I mean, because if you put the costumes under a magnifying glass, you can totally tell it's like, it's not that great. Wouldn't win any contests. But I wanted to go full derpy. like Superman, rather it'd be like completely obviously Superman, but obviously not. Like I'd have like red shorts on with like not box shorts, but red like basketball shorts over like blue leotards with tennis shoes on, and like a blue sweater with the S on it, and a small like towel for a cape, and I wanted to make it look like completely homemade. And I don't mean like these cool cosplayer homemade. I mean like everyday items you would just throw together to make your outfit. I've tempted to go all out like that, but I don't know. I don't know if that would be dishonest or deceitful. Sunday, thank you. Rasta, what's going on, man? I was trying to hold you a spot, Rasta, but I had 2 people on the waiting list. Which I can actually add you now to. Let me do that real fast. I can add you, Rasta, because I got both Torchbearers and Mad King in there now. There we go. Rasta. Rasta. Cool. Let's see if I can grab these guys up here. Oops, wrong one. Lunatic. I recognize that name. Like, if you had asked me, I thought I would have already had that name already on my global list. That's on a different server. Or I recognize it because they're characters in this farm. Boom shakalaka. I'm really missing my macro right now. Hey, leaving?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll see you later. You gotta get an oil change and shit? On yourself? I kind of use your build to make my fire farm team that I run. 2 women walk into a bar and talk about the I don't know what that is. Bechtel test? What is that? Somebody explain to me. I don't know what that is. What's a Bechtel test? Rasta, what's a Bechtel test? Rasta's got his toe in pretty much everything. Sports, politics, all the way. Brigg, would you bring salutation to my French supergroup? Say in French. What the hell? How am I supposed to? Is it supposed to be Jaime or Jaime? Jaime La UFO League? You'll have to. How bad did I screw that up? You did get vaping stuff. Oh, cool. It's Rasta. It's all about the mod. You got to make sure you have the right mod. A lot of the vape stores will try to sell you these new things that almost look like a flash drive, and they'll try to upsell them to you. And oh, they're cheaper and they're better, and they're not. I don't even think it's something you can really get used to, but it depends on the mod. You have a really good mod. The Bechdel test is a measure of gender equality in the media. A piece of media is considered to pass the test if it includes at least 2 women who talk to each other about something besides men. Well, yeah, that doesn't make sense. I don't know if that's considered that's not equality in my book. That's forced. It has to have 2 women talking about something other than men. the moment you put like a ultimatum on something like that, that doesn't seem like a fair test. Now, if it's just randomly has 2 women, then sure. Torchbearer's the only French I knew, and granted this was 30 years ago. I don't know it anymore. But it was this stupid song that was popular here for some reason. I don't know why. And the song was called "It's Too Tough to Be a Baby," but it was sang in both French and English. Do it, do baby, or something like that. And I used to know all the lyrics in French. Maybe not very well, but I did know them. It was such a dumb song. It was supposed to be sang by this little, like, 4-year-old kid in a leather jacket and stuff, being pushed around in a stroller with all his buddies. And it was such a stupid song, but it was so catchy and so popular, it was just dumb. And it's funny because nobody remembers it. Do it, do baby, olale, baby. It was such a dumb song. It was so dumb, it was catchy. Now I could sing you the Dragostain Day song word for word, which most people know is the Numa Numa song. I do know that one word for word. And I was singing it one, I was not as good as I could in the past, but people would, I don't know, for some reason somebody brought it up and I started singing it, and I was on a group on Star Wars, The Old Republic, and and you know the song? It's so tough to be a baby. Olale. I don't know. But anyway, I started singing the Numa Numa song, and one of the guys was in there who actually lives in Romania. He's like, "Oh wow," he goes, I can actually understand what you're saying. Your accent's off, but I can completely understand you." And I was like, "Really?" And then it was the first time I ever did it. The second time I did it, he's like, "No, I couldn't understand you that time." So I don't know what happened from one to the other, but my accent got worse. Oh my god, that's what you know from France? I'm so disappointed. I know a lot of things about France. I mean, not a lot, but I know outside of Paris, it's gonna be India Part 2, because some French are almost dying off and going extinct. I know that there's a legislator that forbids some English words because they were trying to keep the French language being uncorrupted. I know in Canada, it's against the law to use some words. Like, you'll get fined and stuff. Like words like email. Or if you even have English signs at all. In some cities in Canada, if you have English on your signs, the French has to be bigger and on top. It's pretty crazy to think that outside of Paris, France doesn't look France. There's an old French guy who's training me in jiu-jitsu that's a former French soldier. My great-great-grandfather, I believe it is, maybe great-great-great, I don't know, was a France soldier as well, which I never knew. My grandfather, I always thought he was just Mexican. Because you have to go, like, all the men in my family all married white women. So then you get down to me, which I'm pretty much full blown coconut. I have a little bit of color, but I'm white on the inside. Like if I were to take an ancestry.com thing, I would probably become 85% white and 15% Native American. Because my mom's maiden name is Jorgensen. So my mom's side of the family is Irish, English, and Danish, which is the red beard. Red beard comes from the Irish side. But my grandfather, I thought he was full-blooded Mexican because he does speak Spanish, but not very well. He knows enough that he can hear it, but he can't really speak it. He can hear it, can't speak it. And so he met my ex-wife's grandfather, and he looked one look at him and goes, "Oh no, he's French." I was like, "What?" It's like, "No, he's Mexican." He goes, "Oh no, he's French." And I'm like, "No, he's not." And sure enough, I found out that his mother is a product of the French-Mexican War. Her father was from France, who was actually French. And her mother was, I guess, Mexican. And I'm like, what? I didn't know that. So I was like, oh. But he could take one look at my grandfather and see, like, the French features. It's like, never would have known that. I met one of our fellow member of Homecoming when he came from America to Paris in December. We had a drink together. His name is Bionic Flea. Oh, I know who Bionic Flea is. Yep. I know who Bionic Flea is. I think he's actually in my list. Watch one of you or Bionic Flea. You're pulling my leg. Is Bionic Flea on? Actually, let's do this. Handle. Oh, he's not on this list. Nope. Nope, not on that list. Oh, there's already fighting over there. Not everybody's in here. Tony and Torch aren't in here. I don't recognize the name of these songs. I have the songs by Jordy. I have the CD. Je Time Moi Non Plus. Why is the cat yelling? He's carrying around. Okay, now he's fighting with it. He's doing backflips. It's got like a jingly ball with a bunch of like lace on it. And he dropped it next to a box. He couldn't pick it up, so he starts like yelling at it. Chill out, kitty. I don't know that song. I'd have to hear it, I guess. Is a French sex song. See, our American French sex songs, they go like this. I used to know a guy who could like imitate porn songs really well. And so we'd always go, do it, do the porn song. I don't know why. I listened way too many of them, I guess. This was when I was like 18. 17 maybe. That's probably 17 or 18. He was very good at it. Tu baby, olale, baby, it's so tough to be a baby. For some reason, when I start to sing that, I was gonna sing it, thung it, thought it, hum it. I wanna bust out into Gangnam Style. I did try learning all the lyrics to that song. I got very close, but it was very complicated. Dragostain mai este o idee. Vezi la plashta numai. That's a song that's not translated into English very well. Because Numa Numa is like not really a translatable word. It's got its own like meaning. It's kind of like German's words. Germans have phrases for like the craziest things, and it's like one word. And the only way to explain it is like a whole paragraph of words. Which is neat because, like, I wish we had words like that. They just took the whole context of a whole paragraph and put it into one word. Sacre bleu! Invaders! Sacre bleu. There's actually a few words like that. They were invented because taking the Lord's name was illegal in France. So they made up fake versions. Because it was to say like oh my god is like saying like sacre bleu, I guess. And so that's like pretty much saying oh my gosh. But it really does translate to blue. Oh my blue. But essentially it's oh my gosh. There was something else too I learned this morning actually. I don't remember what it was now. Shoot. It was on the tip of my tongue. There's a sentence in Icelandic. Oh my gosh. I'm surprised there's a space between those words. Iceland words seem to go on for miles. Luby to Carson, the little boy in French, because it translated into English it means Luby the son of a bitch. But that's so much better. Nothing wrong with that. It's rain, fire. I do miss my my corruptor. I need to remake it with the fire and ice. It was so much work. It was a lot of work. Oh my gosh. I had 45% defense on it, 75% resistant. It was a lot of work. And I'm not really fond of location AoEs, location targets, having to click on the ground. Even though there is some macros that really help out, but usually they're at your feet, which isn't always necessarily what you want to do. But it's just too much clicking for me. Doesn't beat the Temple of Doom in the language of Greenland. Kalima. I used to scare the shit out of my brother. I'm sure I've told that story before. I used to scare the shit out of my brother with that. After we watched Temple of Doom, I would like my little brother's 5 years younger than I am, and I would always put my hand on his chest. Kalima. He starts screaming, go run to my mom. Mommy, don't take my heart. I don't remember my mother's reaction, but I hope she laughed. Because that's just too much fun. That's too funny. So funny. Wait till you hear someone talking Scottish dork. That will confuse the hell out of you. Australian. Listen to two Australians talking, and just talking to themselves, not for your benefit or anything, but just talking to each other. Just one, it's super fast, and they use so many terms that you're like, what? Is that even English? Because it is out there, and the phrases they have blow your mind. Your mind will be blown just because you can't figure out what the hell is happening right now. I recognize some words, but I don't know what's going on right now. The logician's wife is having a baby. The doctor immediately hands the newborn to the dad. The wife says, "Is it a boy or a girl?" The logician says, "Yes." What's up, Slim Pickens? Happy Farmathon. Happy Farmathon Day. Thank you, man. Lunacy, 100% Scottish nutter. Nice. I'm not 100% of anything. I'm just a mess. Irish, English, Danish, French, Mexican. And that's not even everything. I don't really know what my father's mother is. I want to say she's German, maybe? Something like that. Maybe English? She might be English. I don't know. Yeah, you can send me a global request. It's cool. I am Heinz 57. Security guard. Boom! Grats, grats, grats. And grats. Oh, this guy Mev. He might even be here. He might even be in the team, and I wouldn't even know it because he made a new tune. But he always says Grats-mageddon. I thought that was cool. Your death wasn't in vain. Now we got vengeance. I do. I have 2 characters on Excelsior. I have a rad tank that I made to help out Positive Gamers on his live streams, and I transferred over my Firekin farmer, my fire farmer. Not my main farmer, but you know, it's more of a support. It can farm on its own, but it's mainly for support. You know, speed boost and bulk and shift. But I transfer that one over. So I have 2 characters there that are actually leveled and spec'd. I have characters everywhere. I have one on Everlasting. I have 1 or 2 on Indomitable, I think 1. I have 2 on Everlasting, 1 on Indomitable. I was helping out. People always ask if I can help them out with something, so I'll make a character over there and go help them out. But Indomitable kind of took me by surprise. I was not aware that it's an RP server. So we were in Pocket D, and I went to go visit the little trainer's room, and I was overwhelmed by the amount of people by the Pocket D bar. I mean, there was like 30 people there. 3 of them behind the counter working the bar. All the tables were full, and I was like, what the hell? And I'm like, is this their RP server? And sure enough, I'm listening, and they're just RPing it away. I was like, no way. And I was like, I've never seen that many people up there before. So I was like, this is absolutely crazy. I've never been able to do the RP stuff. No problem, Mad King. Thanks for coming. I was in your SL farm last night to check out the changes to the brute. What do you think about the changes? I can't really notice a difference. They don't seem like they're dying as fast, but still, it doesn't seem like it's that bad. Take care, Mad King. Let me see if Rasta's online. I'll get Rasta in here. There he is, right there. Invite to team. Oh wait, did I already select the group? Let me see here. Is Rusty here? Pocket D. Let's try it. Hopefully it doesn't glitch it out. Okay. Oh, fingers crossed. Yeah, so what was crazy is I've never been into RP. I just can't do it. I don't know. When I was little, you know, that's when I was little. It's when you're playing with, especially as a boy, women, girls too, with Barbie stuff. When you're playing with your action figures, Ninja Turtles, GI Joes, whatever. You know, role playing was that's what role playing is, isn't it? I would think so. And I just couldn't do it. And that's why one of the reasons I struggled with D&D when I tried playing with my brother-in-law. I just couldn't do it. I couldn't get into it. It just, my brain wouldn't cross over that threshold. And when I was on that server and I'm watching these people do this, I was like, oh my gosh, that's crazy. I mean, hey, you're into what you're into, so if that's what they're into, that's cool. But I was like, I couldn't get into this. And at the same time, somebody was broadcasting that there was a party going on in a specific supergroup base. They had like a party room or whatever. So I was like, I'm gonna go check out what this is, see what everybody's talking about. So I go there and I jump in, and it's got like 50 people in this one area. It's a hot tub party room. There's hot tubs everywhere, and there's people in all the little hot tubs, and then there's people walking around serving drinks, actual players. They're like the waiters and waitresses, and they're like walking around asking them for the drinks, and there's conversations going on. And I was like, what the hell? I have never seen role-playing to that extent in this game. Letting the dogs out so people can sing about me. It was pretty wild, though. Like, I had never seen that before at that capacity. And I have seen people, like, role-play in the bar in Pocket D. Never to that extent. It was just massive amounts of people all role-playing. I was impressed, but the moment I walked in there, I immediately went, oh, I need to leave. I am out of my element right now. I have never felt so awkward before. I was like, this is awkward. And of course they recognize me. I'm like, oh my god. They were very nice though. They were all very nice, saying, you know, how they appreciated my work, and a lot of them used my farm as a training simulation. I was like, no. Do not include my... Wally, check it out. Do not use my farm as your RPs. I don't care. It really doesn't matter. But I was like, what? Your training simulator? Whatever works. My Brutus kin melee, they have long cast times, very noticeable. That sucks. I imagine integer melee would probably have the same problem then. The little stupid long cast they added to that. Oh my god, they ruined that character. Ruined that power set. I loved energy melee. It looked so cool. I loved one of the stronger attacks. It wasn't energy transfer, it was the other one. But it had just awesome, like, straight, just boom! And then they turned it into this double-handed, like, charge up. And I was like, this looks horrendous. I hate this. I hate this very, very much. I like that old, like, single-handed, like, solid punch. It was just cool looking. It was very empowering. And they ruined it. I'm not even paying you my recipes. My recipes are my salvage. I need to pay attention to those in case I need to start selling. Boom, baby, boom. Rasta, how are you liking The Witcher? You know, the second season doesn't come out for another year or so, right? More than a year away. So they think the longer cast time on a successful hit generates more fury. It's much better. That's cool. Rasta, how far did you get into The Witcher? Because I know you said you started to watch. Did you end up binge watching the entire thing at once? Because I think I did. I started watching it at around like, I don't know, 10 o'clock at night. And I was up till like 6 in the morning. I watched the entire thing. I couldn't help it. Like, it started out really cool. Like, the first scene, you're like, whoa. The giant freaking monster. And I don't know anything about Witcher. So, I mean, it was all new to me. I was like, whoa, his eyes are black. Why is his eyes black? And then, like, this crazy spider monster. I was like, wow. And then you go into the second episode, and the very first scene, like, one of the baddest freaking sword fights I had ever seen. I was like, holy shit. And it's not even that long. You're just like, damn. You're 3 episodes in. It's a very cool show. I wish somebody had told me up front, though, that it's across different timelines. Like, I was so confused. The first, I think, like, 4th episode in, I was like, I'm confused. I don't, what's going on here? And eventually I figured out, oh, okay. We're not in the same timeline. Okay. I wish somebody explained that earlier. Like my wife figured that out pretty quickly, and I think so did my daughter. But my daughter played them. She's played all the Witcher games. And my wife and I, we'd never played or knew anything really about Witcher. My wife got so into it though. She bought the books. A friend of ours shared the game with her. She was down. She wanted to do it all. I would like to read the books as well. Yes. Yeah, I could not. There was at one point I'm like, what's happening? Because I was trying to tie the two together, and then eventually I was like, oh, this is a different timeline. I get it. Burn, big burn. I still haven't turned in my particle. Gamma particles, whatever. I'd start modified duty tomorrow. We'll see how that works. Because usually when I wear normal boots or normal shoes, I get a pain that hits me that's so bad it's like the day I tore my tendons. Like, it takes me down to the ground. This will be interesting. If I'm gonna I don't have modified duty at my job. You're either all in or nothing. There is no modified duty. So they're sending me to a homeless shelter, which has like a soup kitchen and stuff, and like an office that runs like all the charitable stuff, I guess. And I'm usually in the office, running the office for them. I've done it before. I ended up taking over the entire office and running all their programs and actually writing their programs. I was actually writing their programs and all the stuff because They had a weird system in place. It was weird. So I was making all their spreadsheets and all their programs, and I have taken over their event. But they didn't mean to. I was so at the end of that thing, at the end of that duration of modified duty, I was pushing my doctors, put me back to work. I don't care if it's 100%. It's never going to be 100%. Put me back to work. I can't do this anymore. I can't do a desk job. I always wanted to do a desk job. I thought it'd be fun to work at computers all day long, because I'm usually on the computer all day long at home anyway, working on different things. So I thought, oh, this would be fun. I'll be at work and I'll be working on computers, making spreadsheets. Hell yeah. I make spreadsheets for fun. This would be fun. Oh my gosh. I sat there staring at the clock all day, every day, just wishing for the day to be over. I did not want to be there. So after a couple months, I was begging the doctor to send me back to work. I'm so done. I'm done. Send me back to work. I can't do this anymore. I'm freaking gonna go postal. And then they sent me back to work, which I don't think I had a choice. I say I was begging, but I think they were going to send me back regardless. And then I found out, after 6 months of going back to work, realizing something was still wrong with my ankle, realizing that the tendons were actually torn, not sprained. But I have to go back again, starting tomorrow, to the same place. And it's been a year since I've been there. So I don't know. We'll see how that goes. Not really looking forward to that. I wonder what changes I need to make builds for the brutes, if I need to at all. I haven't really felt like I needed to change anything. I haven't really seen a problem. I haven't seen anything running away, Jenny. I say Johnny, but I could be Jenny. I got 12 Johnnies. That's okay. Oops, wrong button. This map isn't the best for power leveling, but it is a nice balance, because it allows those for people getting like XP to still get a considerable amount of XP, but then those people that are already 50 to get a ton of influence. We're not worried about XP. The best of both worlds. Let's combine some of these, can we? Really? Oh my gosh, I got so much crap over here. Nope. There we go. Okay, they're not running away because you are together with different farmers and players. Engage the mobs alone and observe. Well, I mean, we do have people doing a lot of blizzards and stuff, so rain of fire. Those are going to cause a lot of people to run away. I will have to check it out solo and see what it does. Do you know what they changed for them to do that? Because I didn't see that in the patch notes. I didn't see anything about adding that for brutes. I wish I had still had my illusion tune. I want to see the character creator options for it. I know it's limited, but still I want to see it. Because that would be cool. Has your costume been added? I haven't seen your file yet. I saw your message in Discord where you were like updating me about it, but I never actually saw your file. That's gonna be tricky adding your costume now too. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna have to like copy over all those files from the external drive. Since they're all, because if I look like I showed everybody this morning, if I look at the AE files now, it's empty. Yeah, it should just drag and drop over. Okay, there you are. I see it now. One developer called Captain Powerhouse has admitted that they made a mistake and might correct the bug in the next patch. Okay. Yeah, Ross, I just saw it. I just saw your file. So I'll have to see how I can correct the lack of files. Which I knew I was going to have to deal with when we set up the SSD. I can definitely notice the difference with the SSD though. It is very obvious. I gotta figure out the issue with my mic though, since it's having all kinds of issues again. Frosty, were you there that night? I don't know if you had gotten there a little later that night. I know you were there that night. I don't know if you got there in time. I was trying to deal with my mic, and it was after Christmas. It was a brand new headset, and I think it was Christmas last year, or it was my birthday. I don't know. And I had to scream as loud as I could just so you guys can hear like a faint anything. Well, when I reset my computer, it went back to that. So I was trying to fix the settings, and it was causing all kinds of reverb, feedback. I could like fart, you guys would hear like every ripple. You could probably tell what I had to eat just from the sound. It was that extensive, as opposed to Christmas this year. Christmas of this year, this particular past year, let's say this past year. Gosh, Christmas wasn't that long ago. I don't know why, but it feels like it was a long time ago to me. It's actually only, what, a month as of yesterday? I don't know, I guess it feels like a month. A lot has happened in the last month, though. It's been a busy month, oh my goodness. Boom shakalaka. Big Booty Judy. What's up, Big Booty Judy? I've never found, somebody said there was a character here that looked like Homelander. I've never found him. I've never found anybody here that looks like Homelander. Close enough to make me think, hey, you're gonna get in trouble. Have you managed to check out my Noob's Fire Farm yet? 2044? 2440. I don't know. I've been in a whole bunch of them recently. Like, I was checking a bunch out recently. Don't know if I've been in there. Brigg, that was funny and furious. I think. Thanks for the team. 8:30 p.m. here for dinner. Wish you the best, heroes. No problem, Torchbearer. Thank you for coming. Have a good night. It's too bad that it's 8:30 for you. That means it's almost time to go to work. What was glowing over there? Something was... I heard a glowy over here. The Paragon Times? Huh. What is that? There's something that's glowing right here. It's making noise. Weird. I don't know what that is. Anything up here? There it is. Cool. Alright. Echo, echo. Yeah, if I want to make any changes to any of the Comic-Con farms, I have to go and reload those files. Because as of right now, I can't alter them at all. Because I don't have the file for it. It's on my external drive. Man, I load in fast. Need to update my Invis shield from base. You know what? I have not used any of the supergroup like buffs and stuff since live. I couldn't even tell you how to do them. I don't remember. I just remember having a whole bunch of that stuff set up. And now I can't even remember how to do it. Rock and roll! See if I can grab these over here. Actually, let's burn these down just a little bit. Get some of these minions out of the way. Opens up more space for upgrades. There we go. I do see some of these guys, Genie. I do see some of them running around. But the fact that I have them set up to come melee range, they come right back. I don't know, some of them did often run away before those too. I don't know if it's any more than it was before. I mean, it probably is. Hopefully they fix that. Super Collider Machine, all you need is salvage to craft the buffs. Yeah, I remember having all that stuff set up when we used to do all the crazy raids back on live. I'm sitting here thinking about the old the supergroup raids. They were interesting. But I guess if they did that, they'd have to bring back Prestige? I don't know. I don't know if you could really do supergroup raids without Prestige, because it might get a little crazy. It does put everybody on equal ground, though. Everybody's got the same amount, or same opportunities. But the way supergroups now with the way they are now, where you can place something anywhere and everywhere, I think you get a little crazy with turrets. Put a gazillion turrets in one little area. Mephetic Marauder, welcome. Shot into the sun. Mephetic, if you are not here, we are live streaming on my channel, which is www.youtube.com/Brigg, if you are not already there. Ooh, shakalaka. It's going to get interesting tomorrow, trying to figure out how to balance my time and doing modified duty and recording and uploading videos. I mean, I'm not sure how I'm going to do it when I go back to work full time. I may not be able to do them as often as I'd like to, unless I can, like when I'm on a normal schedule, I can record quite a bit in the morning and then upload them. It gets complicated though. Like one little thing in my schedule and screws me all up. But going back to work, I'm gonna have to figure out a way to balance that. So I can do both. I still would like to keep uploading videos every day. Granted, I know the videos aren't like gold, but hey, something. I haven't been as creative with some of my editing either. Yep, we are both from Protector. Yep. Rastafari man. Rasta was River Dancers and Sooner's secret lover. That's messed up. Nice. Most time people just remember me standing around in the freaking Wentworth's shit auction house. That's all I did. People just remember me standing there, freaking just buying and shopping. Robert, I don't think taunt's going to make a difference for that. Because once you're hitting them, they're already taunted. The way they're set up, though, in the farm is in order to really hit you, they have to come back to melee range. So they may run away for a moment, but they're going to come back. Taunting is not going to really do that. Once you hit them, you have aggro on them. It's not a mechanics of aggro, it's a mechanics of survival. They added that mechanic with when they first nerfed burn. They've since undid a lot of it, but they just increased it. Yeah, but it's not a matter of aggro; it's a matter of an AI change to it where it's get out of stupid. So if you put something on the ground, they're going to try to run out of it. They made them smarter. This requires you to bring ice. I loved. I had an ice energy. I never played it though. It's called Phantom Frost. Never played him. I tried taking him into PvP, but By then, everybody knew me as Brigg and wanted me to come as Brigg, so I was like, okay, whatever. A hidden fear element? No, it's not fear. It's just it's more of a scatter. They're just running away from things on the ground, running out of damage, out of danger. What's going on, Punisher? Oh, you know, I don't see his Kip. I wonder where Kip's at. Yeah, so I really don't think Taunt's gonna make a difference. Like, if you'll watch them, they'll run, but they're gonna come right back because they're aggroed. What's going on, Mr. Patrick? How you doing? Welcome, welcome. Thank you for the sub. Welcome to the Farmathon. Just woke up from a nap. Nothing wrong with that. It's funny how the older you get, how important naps become. Love me some naps. Oh yeah. It'll definitely slow it down, Jeannie. That is for sure. Messes up your flow. It used to be a lot worse though. On live, when they made that change to burn. Oh, I hated it. Hated it. They made it where everybody just immediately ran. That was one of their first moves they made to breaking the ninja farming, was to make burn, one, less damage, and two, make everybody scatter so the burn was ineffective. But it was like, why have burn then? Burn is not supposed to be a power to pretty much scare people off. It was supposed to be to kill them, to burn them down. So eventually they changed it back. Well, they didn't change it back. They mitigated it a little bit so it wasn't as dramatic. Oh, Ozier, Patrick, and Mephetic. Awesome. Welcome, welcome. Now I feel like I have to call you Oz. Osmosis. I do remember Iceberg, though. The moment you wrote that out, I was like, hey, I recognize that name with the Y and the two G's. I recognize that. It was funny at one point, like right after I got separated with my ex-wife and hooked up with Nunyo. That's a whole nother story. I realized how bad City Heroes had taken over my life. Like, I had an actual schedule that I had to adhere to that overtook my real life. So I took a break for a year. And friends were sending me messages, pictures of, they were sending me pictures of, like, people going, oh, I miss Brigg, he's never here. I came to the auction house and he's not here shopping. I was like, is that really what I did all the time? And it was. I was always on the market trying to you know, either find a good deal or buy and sell or buy low, sell high. And I heard Nunya passed away. Rasta told me that, but I heard she passed away. Yeah. Yeah, that was it. Yeah. Yeah. She had some serious mental issues. Like, I think she was bipolar and didn't know it. It was never diagnosed. And so she didn't take medication for it. Um, but, yeah. She had some issues. We were hanging out a lot more in City of Heroes, and we would all be on Skype, and somehow I was separated. I'd been separated for a few months, and I'm like, dude, I can flirt. Like, I never flirted before in City of Heroes because I was married. You know, wasn't gonna mess around like that. And I was like, I could flirt. I totally flirted with her, and the next thing you know, we were on Skype all night long, flirting away. Not doing cyber sex things. That's just weird to me. I can't do that stuff. Just like I can't role play, I can't do that either. But it went on for like a couple months, and then we started talking about getting together, and we we arranged it. I flew out to Minnesota where she lived. I'm in California. I flew to Minnesota. We packed up all her stuff in a trailer, and we drove to California, and we lived together for a month. And then weird stuff started happening. Like, I would wake up in the middle of the night and she'd be like sitting over me and like saying weird things to me, like in a very aggressive manner. And I was like, what the fuck? And and after that was going on for a while, I was like, no, we're done. I can't deal with this shit. And she would like flip flop on me all the time with like personality. It would scare the shit out of me. I was like, no, I can't do this. And so she went back home. She loaded up her stuff and drove home. Kobe Bryant may have just died. What? You're gonna have to elaborate. Yeah, Nunya, she would have some weird outbursts in public. And just, I mean, full-blown outbursts. And it was mortifying. Humiliating. Oh my gosh. And one of them was at a restaurant with my dad. Because I had a helicopter crash. What? No way. Are you serious? No way. Are you serious? Holy shit. What? Dude, my brother's a hardcore Kobe fan. What? It's already all over the news that he died. This better be a hoax. This better be a freaking hoax. I'll wait on that one. It's all over Google already. Hopefully, Oz will let you get in, because some of us are already in here. So let's see if it allows you in. I don't know if Ross does. If you got an actual alert, though, I don't know. That's pretty legit. Because, I mean, Rip Torn died many, many times before he actually died. Uh, uh, Tony Danza died several times, and he's still going super healthy. Gabriel Iglesias died once before, which was funny because his dad called and was like, or on one of his comedy shows, his kid called him and said, "Hey, are you okay?" He's like, "Yeah, why?" He like told him what was going on, and his son's like, "Oh, that's what they meant. All my friends have been asking if you're all right." Oh, somebody's already singing. And looking for a group. I'm waiting to get more confirmation. Can't, but it looks like it's legit. I don't know about that. I mean, TMZ. You take that with a grain of salt. Dude, that's horrible. It looks like it's legit. Okay, so you did get the glitch. Um, there's a few things you can try. You can try exiting and come back in and see if that does anything. In Calabasas? Who? Somebody said they're going there. Ross, do you remember who it was? Somebody said they're traveling to Calabasas. Wow. Dude, that's insane. Oh my gosh. Wow. Lots for words. Yep. That's insane. Wow. Okay, so let me go ahead and exit out. And, I mean, we can all reset. We might as well. We're all here. We can just reset it. Actually, you know what? Let me go inside and hit the button. Red Danger Ranger. Jeez. My freaking stream has Kobe's death. That's not cool. Dude, my brother's going to be flipping out, dude. I don't know. My brother gets really stoic at times. I don't know, dude. He's a big diehard Kobe fan. My brother usually acts pretty stoic when it comes to this emotional stuff. I don't know. I feel like that would have affected him, though. Dude, that's insane. That's crazy. Wonder how Shaq's taking that. Because they were like brothers, you know? They fought, and yet they loved each other. They fought like siblings. Bone Dog, where'd you go? Bone Dog, thanks for coming. I don't hope you're still there in the chat. Thank you for coming. Okay, so it's reset. Holy crap. My wife was a varsity basketball player when Kobe was playing. Wonder how familiar she is with Kobe. I mean, she knows who he is, but... Alright, Iceberg, you got in. Sweet. She's here too. I'm gonna ask her if she heard yet. That's insane. I can't watch like news or anything. So if anybody's watching it, fill me in what they're saying. Babe, did you hear about Kobe yet?
No.
Kobe Bryant died.
What?
Helicopter crash. Just happened like 15, 20 minutes ago. Probably. Oh. Cool. Yeah, that's true. That's just crazy. I'm wondering how my brother's taking that, because my brother's like pretty stoic about that kind of stuff. But he was pretty big about Kobe and the Lakers. Man, I want to know more. I want to know what's going on. I'm like hoping that Looking for Group is talking more about it, but it seems like they're back to green flag racing. Rosto, are you still there? What else are you hearing? Yeah. I did when I googled it, it did say that there were 4 other people that died with him. A plane broke out on the fire before it crashed? The hell? At least that's what I'm assuming you're saying. Yeah. Lori said her phone was blowing up. She didn't know why, and I told her when she got home. Did the patch notes say anything about Brute's resistances and defenses. Oh, never mind. I felt like I wasn't taking any damage at all, but I'm taking a little bit of damage right now. Damn, that is insane. That is too bad. Oh no. There's people looking for group trying to spam their cat super group. It was his private helicopter. Yeah.
He was the pilot?
Oh, I don't know. It was his own private helicopter. Yeah, I knew I was older than Kobe was, but I didn't know we were that close. I lost the empathy buffs. Is that why? It's like not moving. I was like, what's happening? I usually take some damage. Wow. Holy shit. So it just burst into flames and it hit. If they're low on fuel or something, I don't know. Vehicles don't explode unless they're low on fuel, because it's mostly fumes, not liquid. That's insane. I'm like still shell shocked. That's crazy. That's just... That's crazy. Hopefully they'll be able to do an investigation and figure out what the hell went wrong. Fire broke out. I'm not sure if inside the cockpit or maybe in the motor. Wow. Was he wasn't still married to the same woman he was from the whole rape thing, right? Well, I believe it's the mother of the kids too, right? They did eventually get divorced, right? I feel like they got divorced eventually. Like right after he got his weird tattoo for her. Man. It's crazy. We're so fragile. Oh, they stayed together. I know they were going through some rocky times. Wow. bizarre turn of events. Ross, did you know if he was flying it? I mean, I know you said it was his private helicopter, but was he actually flying, or did he have a driver, a flyer, a pilot? A lot of these celebrities get their own pilot's license for stuff like that, and then end up dying because they don't have enough hours behind the wheel. They had another kid? Oh, I didn't know they have a new one. Dang, they got a baby? That's crazy. I just watched La Bamba again a couple days ago, and like totally freaked me out against flying again. And then now this. Thanks. I'm never gonna fly again. Which I have to very soon. So crazy. I'm like still shell shocked. His last tweet ever was congratulating LeBron for passing in NBA scoring. One of the coolest things I saw in basketball, a couple cool things, and both of them had to do with LeBron. One of them was LeBron's very first game, when everybody was all saying how the hype was bullshit and that LeBron's gonna choke just like everybody does their first game, and then the game starts and he fucking dominates the damn game. Like, he just dominates the game, and everybody's like, alright, this guy's legit. And one of the coolest things I saw him do was he had a runaway, a breakaway, got to the end of the court, stopped, turned around, and gave the ball away to somebody else because they hadn't got the score yet. And he just had like this incredible field vision where he just knew what was happening, and it was just awesome. But another thing before that is when LeBron was still in high school, they were airing his games, highlights of his games, on ESPN. And then after one of the Lakers games, they were interviewing Kobe. And Kobe was calling over to Shaq, hey, did you see my LeBron dunk? I was like, are you kidding me? That has to be like the greatest feeling ever. To be a high schooler and having one of the most known names of basketball, one of them, to actually use your dunk in the NBA and then call it out. That's like the big back arm stretch one. See my LeBron dunk? I mean, God, LeBron must have been over the moon. That was really cool, though. That was a really neat moment to see. Man. I'm sure my brother's tweeted about it by now. Usually his tweets are nothing but having to do with fishing, and then he'll post things about Lakers or the Raiders. Last thing he posts about the Raiders is Time to switch to a new team. Raiders suck. Moving away to Vegas. But he's always posting stuff up, either Kobe or fishing. Man. Hearing funny noises. Hello, Lucy. Don't be looking in that bag. That's not for you. What? There's another MSR forming? Jeez. I saw somebody complaining in one of the Facebook chats that Homecoming is dead. I was like, what? I don't know which server you're on, but it's not dead. Especially Excelsior. Excelsior is just always popping. Never ends. Day and night. Always popping. And if you create a new tune, you're going to be surrounded by people at all times. Like, Atlas is always just packed with people. There's always stuff being formed on Atlas or in Excelsior. And Torchbearer is right behind it. Everlasting is picking up too. I can't really say too much about the other ones. I know there are a lot less people, but to just outright say that Homecoming is dead, it's like, what are you talking about? There's usually about 3,000 people on. At slow times, it's more closer to like 1,500 to 2,000. You think Excelsior is big because of PG? It's quite possible. I know that server's always been pretty popular, though. PG is the light. See, when I started, Torchbearer was the only server there was, so I've always been on Torchbearer. And then when all the other servers came out, I didn't bother changing. I know a lot of people did change to Everlasting in the beginning, and then Excelsior came and people started jumping to that one. But I had already established myself on Torchbearer and had all my characters made, and had already had a few 50s, and so when everybody was like doing the transfers, I'm like, I'm fine where I'm at. I don't need to go anywhere. Plus, the majority of my friends were in Torchbearer. Now, everybody's kind of like separated into different like zones because people got busy with different things. I was working on my board game, so I stepped away for a little bit. And then when we came back, people were kind of scattered all over the place. They tried to get me to follow them too, and I'm like, I don't know, I'm still settled on Torchbearer. I mean, I can transfer, I can always transfer back, but it's not a big deal. Oh yeah, Stalemate. I don't know if I haven't heard of Stalemate in a long time though. I don't know if he's still playing. Excelsior has a strong Icelandic community, but they tend to RP a lot amongst themselves and PvP all day long. I don't get into PvP anymore. Just doesn't interest me like it did in the past. Because I was into it quite a bit. Yeah, me too. I've got tunes everywhere. Just gives me options. Especially with the Comic-Con farms. You know, I get messages from people from all the servers, including Rebirth, and We Have Cake, asking me to come help with something. You know, Oz, who I am often looking for is Badge and Ish from Protector. And I don't think they're back, but it'd be curious to see if they did anything if they came back. Because they're always coming up with crazy stuff to do. There's always some challenge that they want to try to do. We had a lot of fun. Like the Battle Royales with Kronos and Babbage. We would spawn like 4 Cronoses and 12 Babbages all at one spot. And just beat them all down. And then Varicose or something. Can't remember his name. He was the guy that was usually doing all the recording for all those videos. Can't remember what his name was though. That was a long time ago. Yeah. I'll try searching for him every now and then. Badge is a rogue AI that gains... Oh. He was a rogue AI. That's funny. Oh, that's my mother. Here, baby, you want to answer the phone?
Sure.
She's probably talking about Kobe.
Ow.
Ow. Shocked me.
Hello? Hi.
I'm not calling about Kobe. The other one we did was the Warbird missiles with Hammy. Everybody went and got the missiles, and we got Hammy set up, and then just bombarded him with freaking Warbird missiles. Badge always had some crazy idea that he came up with for everybody to do. You know what this Kronos fight needs? Babbages. That was a lot of work to set up. Like having several tunes to go do all the task force to get them set up, and then you have to go make sure your character was sitting somewhere in a specific zone before you access that mission, and then log that person out, and then grab another character, and then form another task force and do it again. And then to spawn them all, we had to, the person that was leading it had to go and load in every character to spawn that Kronos or Babbage, and then drag them to a certain spot. It was crazy. Yes, yes. I always tell people I miss the fish puns. That's on Protector. We did a lot of fish puns. A lot of Chuck Norris jokes. I miss all the fish puns. Those were hilarious. I often tell people while I'm doing this, the live stream farming, somebody tell me fish puns. I need the fish jokes. And people don't get that, but that's from Protector. That's what we did. There's something else too. Yeah, just to spawn them in the right zone was hard. And then on Protector, we had a weird way of taking down Hamadan. Like, I remember telling people this, and they're like, what? We would sit there and like, stun Hammy till he was perma-stunned before we would fight him. So we would sit there for like an hour waiting for someone to get, okay, he's finally stunned. Hammondens would take like 2 to 3 hours. It was ridiculous. I don't know, it took so long the way we did it. I don't know why we did it that way though. And then the whole Phantom Army one. So when I went to a different server and we did a Hammondon, I was like, what? This is way more efficient than what we did. It was weird. Every server had a different way to take down Hammondon. And people who didn't do any kind of server transfers didn't understand that. They just thought it was the way they did it. It's like, no, you don't understand. If you've been on several servers and done hammies on several servers, you know that there are many ways to take down hammy. Holds, yeah, not stuns, holds. I don't know why we thought that was the way to do it. But when they did that, nobody actually, there was never a manual how to take out Hammond on hammy, but so all the servers came up with their own way to do it. And for some reason, we went with holding. Oil patch arrow. Yeah, I think it was Champion. They had a really efficient way of taking it down, to the point that we actually did a hammy raid with 12 of us. There was only 12 of us that did it, and we took hammy down. It was 12 or 8, I don't know, but we took hammy down with only like 8 or 12 people. Everybody had a very specific job to do, and you had to have a specific character and fill a specific role, but I mean, we did it. Oh yeah, the Phantom Army, yeah. Yeah, I had illusion rad, illusion thermal or something, specifically for Hammondon. And then it was funny because I got it to 50 and got it all set up, and then that method of doing it was gone. They decided to do something else. I was like, what? I made this character specifically for that. What's going on? Why? Oh, they knew that was happening. My mom called yesterday and said they had like a day or two. It was his biological dad, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Stepdad?
You know, I tried telling people, Rasta, that about the mustard death and yellow dawn, and nobody would understand me. It's like, what? That doesn't happen. I was like, oh yeah, I've died that way many times. Iceberg, you leaving? Oh yep. Oh, I've got to get along. Giving the look. Take care, Iceberg. Yep, mustard death. Yellow dawn. Every person got their very own friendly Mito over their head. Instant death. Yep, it was pretty much game over at that point. And you got the mustard to get all the Mitos. It was pretty much game. White Dwarf? What? Oh, it was game over. And then everybody was mad and blaming somebody. Yep, Oz, take care, man. Thanks for coming by. I appreciate it. It was good seeing you again. You know where to find us. Come on, corrupted security. Me and my friends were dropping on Hamby for the badge. I have done that for the badge before. Well, what I would do is I would fly over and then I would turn it off. And then one time I tried that and I was way off. And I fell to my death and completely missed it. I had to freaking do it all over again. Back when I cared about badges. I don't care anymore. My badge hunting days are pretty much over. Unless I need to get something for a specific badge or an accolade. Even then, though, I don't really care that much. It's sad to say it, but invention enhancements have kind of made those accolades not really worth it. Every little bit counts, but eh. There are other things. Portal jockey. Oh, that one was such a pain in the butt. Super speed through Hemi. See how far you can make it. He might pick you off before you even get there. Even if you made it all the way through, if the first Mito is able to target you and shoot at you, even if you were 1,000 miles away, it's still going to hit you with that first initial shot. It just took a while to get to you. Always wanted something in game to explain why none of the giant DE and Hive would go near in Portal Corp. Old Portal Corp. Was there a reason? I never really gave it a second thought. You know, I forgot the old Portal Corp was there, over there in the corner. Is there a story behind Hammy about how they, like, spawned it or something? Wasn't the story of Hammy that it came from deep underground? And, like, we awakened it or something? On Infinity, I used to sweep the wings of the ship and the MSR with my bubble defender into the bowl. I did that last night and people hated it. What did it do? What did it do that would cause a problem? See, I miss RCS, Richter Crash Site. Back before they nerfed portals, because I would just portal hunt. I'd look for the guys that spawn the portals, and I would let them spawn it, and I would kill the portal. The portal gave you so much XP and prestige. I would prestige hunt, or prestige farm, using those portals. I don't know, but everywhere else on the map would be crawling with them. We'll go up there and it's a ghost town. Yeah, that is true. I never thought about it though. Yeah, I feel like there was some weird story about Hemi though. People hate knockback so much. Force balls keep to the center, and the people weren't expecting the sudden influx of mooks to fight. Hey, more is better, I say. Especially when doing a MSR. Wasn't Hemi a mutated scientist? I don't think so. I feel like I remember it came from underground. Like it was part of Terra or something. I don't remember a mutated scientist though. But I don't remember the story either, so I'm on the wrong side, aren't I? I'm not even supposed to be over here. Yeah, I don't remember the story at all. For some reason, I'm thinking underground, though. But I could easily be thinking of something else. Hell, that's the Doomsday story. What's that guy going? Burn, baby, burn! What's the explanation for the red side Hemi? Didn't they say when because they did try to explain that? City Heroes was so specific about explaining things. I always hated that. Just let it go. It is what it is. They always had some logistical explanation for powers and stuff, and always trying to reason things. It used to bug me. But I feel like the red side Hemi was explained as it was a neutral zone or something. I feel like it was supposed to be considered a neutral zone. Like everybody can fight together. Lore matters. I'm not talking about lore. I'm talking about logistics. The Hamadan was once a zealous scientist named Hamadan Pasalima, using hideous dark magic and his own genetic genius. He transformed himself into the godlike monster that would spawn the devouring earth and threaten the entire world. Okay. In Q&A done by Razor, development Black Scorpion implied that Hamadan had somehow been able to tap into the well of the Furies and turn himself into an incarnate, which could explain his appearance and massive power. I'm sorry, but that story is weak. No, in Gotham Under, I think you're correct. I mean, both Rasta and yeah, it's from the wiki. I mean, you're the third person to confirm it, so and you actually have a source. So even though wiki's not an official source, but still, it's a source. Oh, my tailbone. That's a weak story. I'd rather it be an alien than a scientist. What did he do? Explode his body? Expand all his cells? Gross. I do recall it being devolved. You know what? See, the devolved thing, that registers of something. I feel like I remember that. I just didn't remember it being a devolved scientist. Level 40 already, nice. Yeah, I would much rather that be a monster from underground or alien or something. An asteroid that fell to Earth and was carrying it, something. But the evolved scientist is just... That's a stretch. Oh, you don't have your XP bonus. For shame. Rasta, have you got a chance to actually play a character yet on We Have Cake? Or are you still setting up your 50 that you started with? Those were the Shivens? Yeah, I guess they were, actually. That's true. No capes, no auras. There was always such a debate about the capes. People were always fighting. Oh, that's just a myth. The capes doesn't actually lag anything. It kind of did. It was more to render. It was always a heated debate in the end raid. There's always someone fighting in raids. Oh, and then you had to have like a separate channel to keep out all the trollers, because there were people always trolling the Hamadan raids. Yeah, I figured you hadn't actually played. I know someone who's over there who's been sending me footage of them running my farms, and it's almost tempting to go over there and play just to get the crazy influence amounts, but I feel like once I cap it out, it's gonna be pointless. It's gonna feel pointless, because he was getting 1.7 million influence per boss, 1.2 million XP per boss. So I mean, it's just absurd, but I feel like that would take all the fun out. Like, part of what I really enjoy about farming is the leveling, but I mean, if it's like instant 50, well, that's not as fun. I like to be fast, but not too fast. Drain influence can be a pain in the ass, but don't make it like one and done. Just takes away a lot of the challenge or the fun out of it. I just feel like I'd get burnt out if it went too fast. I mean, granted, you can get to, you know, playing in-game content a lot faster, but there is some fun to leveling, though. Like, I would love to go back and just level old school, just, you know, doing content and task forces, but the moment I try, I'm just like so bored out of my mind. After you've done all those storylines so many times, I don't want to do them anymore. I've done them, I've seen them, I've done them. Kip, what's going on? I was wondering where you were at. Punisher showed up, and I'm like, where's Kip at? Oh, voodoo doll. You know what? We were just talking about that. I had brought that up. That when they were talking about earlier that Kobe had died in the crash in Calabas, and then I was like, wait a minute, someone here, their significant other was going to Calabas. Who was it? And I was like, Rasta, we were trying to figure out how to pronounce the name. Who was it? It was you or your wife. That's insane. So she just got there and found out. Wow. Wow, she landed there just to find out. That's crazy. Wow. I get we have cake for folks who don't have the free time or just kind of want their old tunes back. But the same thing can be said about farming. You've done it all over and over and over again. So how is normal content more boring than AE farms? How is normal content? Well, I'm talking about leveling. Like if you're power leveling, you can max it all out in a few hours and hit 50, and then go off and do other things like go and get merits and stuff. Eventually, it all gets to the point where you get burnt out on all of them. I mean, you can get burnt out of City Heroes. I have many times where you take a break. The thing about City Heroes is you always come back. Emergency alerts are going crazy while landing. Yeah, I bet. That's insane. I think, Jeannie, my problem mostly is when I make a new character, I immediately make the build for it on mids. And of course, mids is, designed to give you your full build. You can do a leveling up build, but it's designed to give you your full build. So I make the entire build, and then I get excited about it. And, the idea is when I hit 50 and unlock my incarnates, and I'll be able to slot it out. But then I get impatient, and I want to see it right now. I want to see my build right now. So then I end up farming it, and I start with the intention to actually do old school content, level up old school, hit the grind. And I'm like, I don't have time or patience to sit here and grind this out for 50 levels, even though it does a lot faster than it used to back in the day. I mean, on average, back in the day, it would take 3 months. Average. Now it's, if you're playing hardcore, you can do it in a week. But I didn't have the patience. I was like, I want to do it now. I want to start buying my setup. I want to buy my gear. Oh, there's Will right now. What's going on, Will? I was just talking about you. Will actually live streams on We Have Cake. I just saw too. You put out an all tank ITF. I think last night, yesterday? Is that when you streamed it? I saw that this morning. But did you do that all tank one on We Have Cake or on Homecoming? Because I felt like you did it on Homecoming with the new tank changes. Or was it just a coincidence? Was it 42 or 41, Rasta? I had a bridge character. I had the XP turned off, so he stayed 41. We made you a bridge. Get like stupid amounts of XP. Oh my gosh. There was another power leveling method too where you didn't even have to be in the same zone. And you would just like jump 5, 6, 7 levels at once. FYI, watch you talking in a little window on my phone, but sound is off. So you can't hear me? LOL. So you can't hear me talking about you? 42? I don't know. 41 always stuck out with me because I had a couple of them. Maybe it was 42 and you sidekicked to 41. I don't remember. This is so long ago. Oh, that was a long time ago. They went through a lot of changes from then and Sunset. Ninjas were always still my favorite. I loved the ninjas. It was just so much fun. Be able to pull the entire map of ninjas to you and then just burn them down in a fucking hellacious fury. So much fun. You don't need sound to know. The bells are ringing. His ears are ringing. Yeah, I was bummed when they screwed up the bridge. Because they made it before that as long as you were within 10 levels of the bad guys, you can get XP. And then people were using the sidekick method, the bridge method, to just rape the XP. And they nerfed it. And they kept nerfing it. Yep. I don't know if I want pre-ED. I think every change they made that, you know, was vastly hated, majority hated by the vast majority, ended up being for the best. And I had to learn that, okay, obviously they're doing something, you know, they're doing the research because it turns out for the better. I hated ED. I thought it was the worst idea ever. But it ended up being like, it ended up really making a difference where everybody had to really change their builds up. And it made for a lot of interesting things. I think it actually brought out the best. It forced everybody to be creative. And we came up with some very creative builds. The same thing with invention enhancements. I thought invention enhancements were stupid. So you're going to give me a 0.25 buff on something? Big freaking deal. But then when you add them all together, it was massive. Like, it was a big deal. It made a big difference. So it actually turned out to be a really cool thing. There's a lot of changes like that. However, if I was going to get something back, I want my insta healing back. My toggle. That would be awesome for regeneration builds. I would love to have instant healing as another toggle. That was such a badass power. Overpowered to be sure. But still, it was awesome. Yeah, set bonus made a big difference. And at first I was like, that's dumb. Why do I want to sacrifice stuff? And I resisted for a long time. I stuck with my regular SOs. And then I started looking more and more into them, and then more and more, and I'm like, and then somebody said, no, what you gotta do is stack it. And so I really started messing with it, and then I fell in love with mids. Give grab controller hold space back. I never played grab controllers. On with global nerf of issue 5 and ED is that the motive behind it was the feud between Cryptic Studio and COH Alpha Beta testers. Was it? I thought they were just trying to balance things. Yes. Jenny, I do remember that. I do know a lot of those changes were to prevent farmers, which is stupid. It was a dumb thing to do. It always irritated me. I mean, I don't mean to sound like a broken record, but I hated the fact that they were constantly trying to fight farming. I was like, why fight it? Someone always finds a way. It cannot be stopped. No matter what you do, somebody will find a way. And the people who were like so, you know, deep into the code, they knew exactly how to find the farming. And next thing you know, it catches on and then everybody's doing it. Yeah, oh yeah. No, it was totally about destroying farming. And a lot of those those nerfs were to control farming. It was ridiculous. Changing the aggro from unlimited to 10, and it used to, I think it was 16 when it first came out, and then it was nerfed again to 10. That was to reduce farming. They also made it where if you got too far from bad guys, that they would break nerf or break aggro. That was nerfed. That was to prevent ninja farming. Fire tanks got completely nerfed because of the ninja farms. They totally destroyed fire tanks, made them worthless. Before the invention enhancement setup, where you can actually try to balance your fire tanks out with like set bonuses, they ruined fire tanks. They were absolutely worthless. They had no strength, no resistance to smashing and lethal, which is the most common damage in the whole game. They're only good for fire, for demons. It's like, that's ridiculous. Totally ruined them. Luckily, I mean, granted, using inventions to make them viable seems unfair, forcing us to use specific enhancements to make our character any worth. That's pretty stupid. But oh well. It's in the past now. I still want to know if Will was doing his tank one here or on Homecoming. But he's not listening to us. He's only feeling us. Feeling the force. The ringing in his brain. This guy's name is Phantom Arnie. Instead of Arnie. I really hope there are a whole bunch of Arnold Schwarzeneggers. That'd be awesome if you can like dress up each Phantom Army as some character of Arnold Schwarzenegger. One's Conan. Another one is freaking from the Predator. You can also make one from Kindergarten Cop. It's not the Tuma. Got one's the Terminator. Total Recall. The Running Man. Just in a yellow leotard. I'm all banging on the mic. Hope it's not reverbing because it's gonna get like a reverb bang, a double bang. I can only double bang in my 20s. Can't double bang no more. Okay. Kip, are you Red Spur? I'm guessing. Let's see if I can pick you out. Do I have Voodoo Doll in here? I don't. Is this not in order? Oh, backwards. Wait, D. D-A-W-L, I think? Nope. No, go ahead, you can switch tunes. Go for it. I always like to sort mine by shard. I know for sure it'll show people who are online. No, go right ahead. If you want to switch, go right ahead. Oh, Moses is online. You're not on my stream. For shame. I should say live stream because he might not know what I'm talking about. No Cat. I thought No Cat was on Thought he switched to Excelsior. Not Excelsior, to Everlasting. Farmadillo. I like that. Conrad Coolidge. Oh, there's Atomic. Dark. I haven't seen Dark in a while. He's really funny. Iceland is back in Technicolor. Invite to team. Now I can't struggle with your name. En le fleur. En le fel. En le fel. I keep wanting to call it Le Fleur. Okay, so we're at 8. Yep, we're at 8. I already set the mission, but I haven't gone inside. Iceland, see if you can go in. Gothmunder. Hopefully it'll let you in. Dude, that's so fast. It loads so fast. Mud puppies! There's Red Spur. I think I'd already invited you, though, because I had reset after I invited you. Let's see if Gothmunder can get in. And Lee fell. I like LaFleur. And LaFleur. You gotta roll a new tune now. Name it And LaFleur. And there is a LaFleur symbol you can use. See, it's made for you. Just gonna let you in, Gothmunder. Iceland. Red Spur is Evan. Hello, Evan. Welcome. Yep, that's because I invited you afterwards. So let's reset it. Let me click the button and we'll just reset. And over here. Nope. You are in another dimension. Here it is. Alright, so let's reset. Got that weird bug. I'll go ahead and click on this. Finished. And I'll activate it again. Play. Yes. And then boom. Alright, now you should be good. You guys already spawned your own instances. Everybody had their own little personal farm. The sound of color. What sound does red make? Describe blue without using a color. What the hell? Is that you? Ice? You have your own sound. Holy moly. It sounds like it's glitched. Is that really you? I don't see you. There's so many weird sounds right now, though. I'm distracted. Oh my. You made that character just for the sound, huh? That's right. Daz made a character just to troll people. It's your KD bubble. It sounds like a glitch. You know that the GMs for Homecoming often ask what changes they'd like to see. Can I request that one? Change the sound, not just the power, just on the sound of color. Just that person. That name though is very aptly named. That character is very aptly named. Yes. That's why he loaded in with the caveat. I apologize for my sounds. You're getting an echo. What if I can turn down the sound effects down even more? Let's try. Options. Graphics and audio. Sound effects. Let's do that. Can we turn music up? Let's try right there. We'll put that at 2. Apply. We'll see if that helps. It won't be as loud and as piercing. Wasn't there a master volume at one point? Because I was looking for that this morning and I couldn't find the master volume. I could have swore there was a master volume at one point. Thanks! Iceland, nobody's going to want to team with you with that. You better make that character super good. Just can't survive without it. People will just turn down their own music to deal with it. It makes me laugh, though. At least I'm not, like, raging. There's a point when no matter what a power does, even if it's God mode, it's a please not use because the sound is so annoying. I think that power has crossed the threshold. Jeannie's taking this moment to go get a drink. I think what she means is she's going to go get earmuffs. Oh my gosh, can you imagine they gave that to Firekins for a bonfire? Every time it like knocks people down, just makes weird noises. Is it a toggle you're putting on me? Because I see all the crazy like effect it has. I really like that effect. That effect looks awesome. I like the cool animation to it. I've got like this cool little sound wave aura around me. That looks awesome. Now I'm going to try to figure out how to do that all the time. I wish that was an aura. Because that looks awesome. Speaking of which, we're going to fix this gamma particle. Because that's annoying. Let's see. Enable to see graphics. Water. Particles. Right there. 50,000. We're going to bring that down to 5,000. Right there. That's good. Apply. There we go. I can see myself. If EF or RI. Yeah. Rads would be much less popular. Yes, this build I do. It's on my channel. Robo Ferryman. Yes, this build is on my channel. There's a video for my fire farmer. There's also a build for my fire can. I need to do my rad tank, and there's another one too I need to do. Oh, people ask me to do my ice fire one too. I need to do a video on those. It's been a busy couple weeks. Yeah, that video is on my channel. It has a couple slight changes. I just added a couple procs. It has less endurance mitigation on it. On my new build. So my other build has more. It uses less endurance. A little more balanced out with endurance. I mean, as long as you keep up your ageless, you're okay. But it does get very close to running out. But I added a few procs here and there. But the majority of it's still the same. It's an Ice Fire Brute kit. It's the build that my wife wants. Because I made her one too on the secret server. And it's the one that uses the ice patch. And that's why I made it, just for that ice patch. It was fun to watch people flop around. Bonfire does that with your firekin. Yeah, I have procs in that the build is posted, but they are damage mitigation procs, or procs that do damage mitigation on them, so they take more damage. But I altered it a little bit, so I have more procs that do bonus damage. I really like that effect, but that noise is weird. Let me see here. Enhancements. Whoa. Whoa. That's weird. Let me see. It's not that one. What is this one? This one is a chance for energy damage. That's on Atom Smasher. And then I changed Fusion, and I added the chance for build-up because it procs a lot. And then I have... What did I add? I added a couple more, I think. Nope, nope, nope. A chance for immobilize? Is that it? I guess that's it. Oh, the chance for on Hecatomb I didn't have the chance for negative energy, but I switched it out, so I added that one. This one has a chance for fire damage, so this has a chance for fire damage and energy damage. So those procs, I just added those. This one has chance for smashing damage. So rather than using just the first 4, I switched out damage recharge with chance for damage. And the reason I changed it out because I still have 125% damage boost. So it's just a couple more chances to get a little bit extra damage out of it. To be honest, I can't really tell if it's actually done a big difference or not. But I'm assuming it is. Because, I mean, it's just a chance for bonus damage. Did they up the range for Cosmic Burst? I don't know. Like Cosmic Burst, that's for a rad blaster, isn't it? or a rad ranged. Ooh, there's a nice big mob right here. Nobody's gonna res you, Gothmunder. Because they're all talking behind your back right now. Don't res him, don't res him, don't res him. If you have res, don't res him. That way we can't hear the noise. Rad Blast, yeah. Usually when I make blasters, I mean, I do have, I did have, not on this server, but I did have like sonic blasters and um, I had a few different kinds. The side blasters. Now, anytime I make a blaster, it's usually like fire. Yo, Brigg, I went to go free. What? I went to the free clinic. It's herpes you need to get checked out. Put me in your invite queue. I still need money for meds. What? The sweet sound of silence. Uh, uh, poor Gothmunder. Everybody's like stress level suddenly went down. Everybody suddenly feels relief and they don't know why. And they realize it's because they're not listening to the echoing sound of Sonic knockdown. Let's see here. I'm gonna jump out here real fast. We're over here. We're gonna change this to Cherokee, which is Michael Jackson's second big hit wonder. Cherokee, Cherokee, baby. Cherry karaoke. Cherry karaoke. Have you guys seen that scary game? Are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay? It's pretty much like Annie, are you okay? And the monster looks like this undead Michael Jackson. Are you okay? And like the monster runs around. And it's very scary. Like if he catches you, eats you alive. And it's all from your perspective, so he's like biting your face. The object is try to, I guess, escape the house. You gotta figure out how to get out of the house. And if he's coming, you have to, he's blind. And so you have to like hold your breath and like make no noise and just be super quiet. Because if he catches you, he eats you. Very creepy game. No worries, I expected this reaction. Uh-oh, Tony left. Tony, where'd you go? Let me close that out over there. What happened, Tony? Tony was used to hearing the sound. Now he's like, he's broken. He adjusted to it. P.S. If no one has thanked you for all you do for the COH2OV community today, they should have. Thank you, Cherokee. Somebody has thanked me, but thank you again. It's usually when I'm just hanging out on the channel setting stuff up, or hanging out in the game just setting stuff up. Some random person will come up to me and, hey, do you make Comic-Con farms? Yes, I did. Just want to say thank you and for everything you've done. It's great work. I'm like, thanks, man. I appreciate it. Never gets old. Never gets old. Oh, I'm glowing again. I want that. I want that as an aura. I've got to figure out how to get that as an aura. That's just too cool. Like radiating waves. I'm definitely going to figure out how to get that. I'll like figure something out with all the different auras they've gave us. It's so nice that we have so many different auras. Because we had very little when they first were available. Now you can have leaves and you can have ghosts. I actually used the ghost ones for the Peter Venkman. That was in the Comic-Con farm. He had ghosts all floating around him. Batman had bats all flying around him. Alright. I don't know if Tony is coming back, so I'm going to invite Cherokee. I don't know if Tony was... He didn't say anything, did he? Tony, are you still in chat? Oh, you know what? Let me... shoot. Remember we had to run missions to get capes? I may have to reset it because I just added Cherokee and I had already clicked it. We will find out here in a second. I still need to go do those cape missions just to unlock the last of those cape slots. I've not done that yet. I tried. I couldn't find the mission. And I did do the Taylor mission, but something felt like it wasn't working right. I don't know what was wrong. Something was different. I did the first one in Talos. I just did the one that unlocks your actual Taylor's costume slot, not the caped one. You have to go learn the story of the Freedom Phalanx. So I don't see very many people here. I'm assuming it didn't work. I'm assuming we got the glitch again. So I'm going to start looking for this glowy because I have a feeling it's broken. Does everybody say, oh, that says Pocket D. Oh, Cherokee, you're in PI. That might break altogether. I think it's bugged again. Yeah, let's just assume it's bugged. Because if Cherokee's in PI, it's definitely going to be bugged. So what we're going to do is we're going to reset this. So I'll wait until Cherokee's here to set it until Cherokee gets here. And that should fix everything. Because if I start it now, when Cherokee's in PI, it may not even let any of us in. If we try to go in, it'll probably kick us out. I wish I could have played a character with wings. I had a character that made sense to have wings. It just... he had an alternate costume that had wings. It just didn't... It got in the way. It just felt too bulky. Type in enter base from passcode, right? I think that's it. Brigg 1571. Let me see. 1531. It'll take you directly to my base, hopefully. And you can use the portal. Or King's Row. Or what's the other one? There's 3 of them. Founders Falls? Is it Founders Falls? You just gotta run there. Interbase from Pasco will just immediately port you. It's very convenient. Mine is right here. It's my little house. I made a little house. It just ports you directly there. Alright, there we go. Cool. Yep, Pounders Falls. That's what I thought. That's what I figured. You know what, Evan, I saw your character and all of a sudden I was reading Red Sour. I don't remember that name being Red Sour. What is that? I was like, oh wait, no, Red Spur. Totally read it wrong. I knew it wasn't Red Sour. Red Sour Apple. KRTIFF. I wish I didn't waste that incarnate power. I could have shot these guys with it over there. See, now they're out of range. Ding, 47, nice. What are you going to do with that character, Rasta? Because you don't actually play. Which is, I mean, I can't really tease you about it because I haven't really had a chance to play either. I'm lucky to get on once a week outside of my live stream. The Boombox Dance Party out front, yep. See, I started right around that time, and I was irritated that we had no capes. And then they used the stupid lore logistic that, oh, we had to earn our capes because of the fallen heroes. It was kind of like, you know, a half-mast flag. No capes because of our fallen heroes. I was like, bullshit. Don't give me that cockamamie story just because you haven't figured out the logistics of having cape movement in animation. But when they finally did give us capes, they did capes justice. Because we have the best capes in any MMO. I'm about to do the sound. We have the best capes. Not like the freaking heavily starched ones in World of Warcraft. I know I've said that before here, but... Urgh. Remember the first time I got a cape in World of Warcraft? I was so happy. And then I got on like, what the hell is this shit? Never thought that they wouldn't be like City Heroes, like an actual flowing, moving cape. I was so disappointed. Like, this is ridiculous. What a waste. Waste of a freaking look. And it's really sad, too, because World of Warcraft, I almost said World of Warcraft. I don't know why. Never called it that before. World of Warcraft. It was like, no, you had it right the first time. The costume pieces are amazing. Like, they really know how to really give you, like, these really cool-looking costume pieces. Maybe I can zoom out away from myself. Let me do this. Cam 300. Cam distance? 300? There it is. If I get further away from the my character, you can't hear it as much. Yeah, I really wanted capes to look cooler. I would sit there and solo the raids, the ones you can, on World of Warcraft, just because the costume pieces were just amazing. I mean, granted, they had the almost cartoony look that World of Warcraft had, but they were still very epic looking. And they get crappy, stupid capes that didn't move. Other old game memories: having 5 damage range HO slotted neutron bomb, and its range was longer than proton volleys. Oh man, 6 slotting things. 6 slotting things get perma hasten. But the other thing too was having a tank and having to decide if you wanted to go 6 slotted resistance or squeeze in some endurance, because it was just so freaking endurance heavy. All your toggles, especially for an invul. Oh my god. Granted, here I got my fire tank, and look, this is all toggles down here. I mean, granted, I don't know why stealth is on. I don't need stealth. Let's turn that off. I don't know why that's on. But I mean, I've got speed and running and so many toggles. It's redonkulous. Oh, you have multiple sets of pets out? Yeah, after your fire imps? Oh, yeah. You have like 9. 15 monkeys? I don't remember 15 monkeys. I may not have had a firekin back at that point. I remember doing 9. You were your own mastermind. Before masterminds were available. Oh, yeah, singularities, yeah. I didn't know you couldn't have more than one singularity out anymore. I thought you still could. That's sad. Boom! Red spur. It's your fire spines. I can't do spines. I've tried. I can't do it. Spines are gross. it just grosses me out. Idea if you got bones or whatever sticking out of you. So gross. Well, the 5th stack would only overlap for so long. Plus, yeah. See, mine is still instant healing though, and I'm so bitter about it because, like I've said before, I didn't realize instant healing was a toggle until like a week before that new issue came out that nerfed it. I didn't know. I figured it out and I was like, wow, it's a toggle. Oh my god, I haven't been using it like this. I used it as like a click. Wow, I didn't know it worked like a toggle. And then the next week they nerfed it. I was so mad. Not as mad as everybody else because Statesman had promised, Jack had promised that they would never nerf Region again. And then they nerfed like the most popular power. You change the look to be actual spines. Like a pincushion. See, I try to go with the icicles looking one and just tell myself that it's just icicles. It's just icicles. It's not bones, and I can't do it. It just looks gross. I've got things coming out of my body. Don't like it. It's just too weird. But the default spines is just disgusting. It looks like real like bones and stuff coming out. It's just gross. One of my stone tanks has spurs of stone or crystal shooting out of the granite armor. I had a friend who liked to do that. Wish I had time to build a tune what I had back then. I never played a stone. Like I did make a character. He was like the shortest I could possibly make it because I wanted him to go from like super short to super big, and I never leveled it up. Never got past like maybe level 10. This guy over here running around. They are definitely running around a lot more than normal. That is for sure. Which does slow down things a little bit. Let's see if I can pull him over here. Only have 3 days, 2 days out of a week now to play. Hey, question, did you like Mr. Rogers' movies you went to? Yes! And you were right. My wife did bawl her eyes out.
I ugly cry.
I don't know why. Like, I didn't cry. And usually, like, movies like that will get me, but I was good. She was over there bawling. I was like, why are you crying? I don't know. I can't explain it. But it was cool. I liked it. It was a cool movie. It was neat. Tom Hanks did a really good job. Like, the way his mannerisms were and how he spoke, I totally got lost. And so now when I think back about it, it's like, am I remembering Mr. Rogers or Tom Hanks? Because he was really good. Like, it blurred the lines really well. I love it when characters do that. Jim Carrey's another one that does that. I often get lost. Like in Man on the Moon. Is that what it's called? I get lost and forget that he's not Andy Kaufman in the movie. Or another one is Stephen Redmayne in The Theory of Everything. Dude, there's like several times I'm like, oh shit, that's not really Stephen Hawking's. He does such a good job. Like, he really looks like Stephen Hawking at that age. Like, wow. That was such a good movie. But no, I really liked Mr. Rogers. They did a good job. I loved when he was trying to explain him like how do you deal with the burden. And he's talking about like, you know, you do different things. You can talk to people. Because I like to play the piano and hit all the chords again. Bong, bong. And at the end of the movie, he does it. He's dealing with the burdens. And it was neat to see from a different perspective of him behind the clock as Dan the Tiger. Daniel. It was funny. It was years after Danny the Tiger, the cartoon, was out, that somebody mentioned that to me. That's Daniel from Mr. Rogers. I was like, what? And I went, oh my god, it is. That is so cool. I didn't know that. Freaking, it was a spinoff of Mr. Rogers. I used to watch Mr. Rogers all the time. And there was another show that came on PBS that I really liked. I don't remember if it was before or after, but it was a drawing show. And at the end of every show, like the guy would show you how to like to draw like caricatures and stuff. And at the end of every episode, he would draw on the wall behind him. It was like this giant, like futuristic, almost Dr. Seussian, like cityscape. And he would add another building. Don't remember what the show was called, or I can't even remember what the guy looked like, but I watched that show every week. Loved that show. I was really big into drawing and stuff back then, but I used to watch it all the time. Uh-oh, we're having a buffering issue. I may start buffering for you guys. It should hopefully only buffer for a second, though, and then pick up right where you left off. But for some reason, it is buffering. If it buffers too much, you might have to refresh. Otherwise, you'll be like really far behind as far as delays goes. I play a Norvegi vampire in a world of darkness because he can't sprout hollow bone spikes. Because he can sprout hollow bone spikes from his body and explode like in City of Heroes. The Norvegi have no fangs, but drink blood by thrusting a bone spur into the body of his victim and sucking the blood that way. Gross! That's gross. That reminds me of like the monsters from Supernatural. Or the giant bug from Starship Troopers. And it's like pops on the top of your head and sucks out your brains.
Well, I was hungry.
Huh? I used to read some. There was a book series that I loved in high school, and the vampires were Ferenzi, which is popular name through Nosferatu and stuff like that. But it was called the Necroscope series, and it was about a guy who can talk to the dead. And like the first half of the book, it's like talking about the KGB and all kinds of stuff, and this guy who talked to the dead, and I couldn't figure out what the hell was going on. And my grandmother gave me the book to read, and I'm like, what is happening? I don't know what's going on. I'm super confused. And I was like, whatever. And then I was like, I don't think I can read this. I'm bored. And I read the back of the book, and it says vampires. I'm like, what? What vampires? So I started reading it again, and like I was like a few pages off from being introduced to the main vampire, a Ferenzi. And I was like, dang, and it got really good. And I ended up reading the whole series. There's actually more books. They've added a few more, the Necroscope series. But there's like 18 books in the whole series. And they started out like typical 400 or 500 pages. And then they got up to 1,000, 1,200. The books got so big. Really cool storyline. The Necroscope. Harry Keough. Alright, so this is probably going to be the last run. We're going to hit 4 hours here in about 15 minutes. So this will probably be the last one. I'm sure this will take about 15 minutes at least. Rasta, how close are you? I love the Necroscope. Yeah, it was by Brian Lumley, I think. Was it Brian Lumley? He was by Brian Lumley. Let's see. Brian Lumley books. Yep, Brian Lumley. Necroscope. Really cool. They do a completely different theory do a completely different theory of vampires, and I was in. It was cool. It wasn't just like a typical vampire. It was very cool. It's hard to explain. Like biting you or transferring blood isn't how you became a vampire. They implanted a vampiric egg inside of you that would grow and take over. Nice, everybody's getting purples. Have I gotten any? Nope. The other thing is too that they could remove their flesh and craft creatures with it. It was crazy. But it goes like this weird origin where they came from a different dimension that was run by vampires and their spire castles, and it was crazy. Like the book's called, it was Necroscope, and then it was Vampire. The vampires aren't called vampires, they're called Vampire. And then it was like Bloodspawn and Deadspeak, and you have to have like a specific list to know which order because it wasn't like part 1, part 2, part 3. It was very confusing. And then later they had like the Lost Years, and which was weird because when I read that one, I'm like, I feel like I've read this before. And I don't know if I did, or it was just taking scenes from other books and adding to it. I don't know. But it was really cool. Really cool books. The Morbius strip. It was cool. Was Captain Crunch called Private Crunch back then? No, he was Crunch the civilian. The last area, yeah. I really like those three that were like super big. There was several more that came after those three too. They had a bunch of them come out after that. I have never gotten a chance to read them. The ones after those. The three after the main books. Which I can't even remember what one they were. I think because they go up to like 16, 17, 18 now. I don't know. You had a smoking area in your high school, didn't you? You did? That's funny. That's too funny. You run 2 red fired and an imp. So you're like 3-boxing it? Man. That's a lot to manage. Why do you do that when you're running like solo, just with those 3 characters? Is there a reason? Because I feel like you're splitting everything up. Granted, you probably get more XP and more influence that way, because it's not evenly split down the middle. So I guess you would get more influence between the 3 rather than just one. Yours out of the shop class too. 5. Dang. Oh, 2 rad fire, 2 spines fire, and 1 imp. So, how much influence do you get when you're doing that? If I'm running this solo, and a boss will give me 100 something, and an EV will give me 250. How does that work all together with running 5? Because I don't think it's split evenly between everybody. I think if you were added it all together between the 5, you end up with a lot more. If I remember right. But that's a shit ton of damage. I mean, you're blazing. Ross's ears just perked up. What? Blazing? What? What? Someone say blazing? How do I get in the rotation? Is there a rotation? I'm assuming you're having everybody set to like burn or something, and having the imp just set to some like buff that you just constantly go off. Oh, you always fill the team with other people? Just 3 people? Have room for 3. What's going on, Mad King? Welcome back. I'm going to be wrapping it up here in about probably 15 minutes, 20 minutes, however long it takes to do this. The football couch, is that like the feeling I sometimes get of feeling like a sofa king? I don't know if we had a smoking area at my school. I don't think so. See, I was like 19, I think. Somewhere in there. I was like 18, and I might have not have been 19 yet. I still might have been 18 when I was working at the bowling alley, and you had to be 18 when you worked there. So I think I applied the day I turned 18, and because it paid more than minimum wage, and they would give me full time. So I got a job there, and I would smoke in the bar. And then while I was there, somewhere around that point, that law came out in California that you couldn't smoke in public or indoors anywhere. And so we were like, what the hell? You mean we have to go outside? We're in the bar. What is bullshit? So it was weird years later when I had to go into a bar in a different state and everybody was smoking. I was like, what the hell's happening right now? This is weird. When you're 50, you do lose the double XP boost. Do you still have it? You should have lost it. I don't think it works anymore. I don't know though. I do not recall. But Grat's on 50. It's still on my temporary powers list. That's weird. Rick Javik. I need to see. I haven't really looked into how to dual box here. I mean, granted, I did it before with my wife's account, but I don't know. I've never tried to make more accounts for me. It's a bookstore that sells really old books, and you can smoke in it. Doesn't that turn the pages yellow? Yellower than they already are? Reykjavik. Smoky Bay. When I hit 50, I lost my ability to hold my pee. Oh man. Congrats, Rasta. 149. You lost your ability to hold your pee. That's gonna be me. I'm already starting to feel the struggle. I'll be 42. 42? Yeah, I think it's 42. In a couple years. Or a couple months. So we're in 20. Yeah. Yeah, 42. 42 or 43. I think it's 42. I'm already having those issues. I have to be careful because I've spent the majority of my adult life holding it because I'm working. I'm at work. I don't have time to go to the bathroom. I don't have time to stop. I don't think about it. I go to work. I'm working my ass off, and I push that all out. I don't see it. I don't feel it. I don't hear it. Nothing. I don't know how you would see it and feel it or hear it, but whatever. I ignore all those sensations that, hey, you should go take a leak. You can go take a piss. And I don't think about it. And I think it's caused problems. I think I might have broke something. Splash damage? Non-natives don't like the smell of the hot water here. It's eggy because it comes from the ground. Yes, I'm aware of that, Iceland. I'm aware of that. Splash dribble damage. Yeah, I don't look forward to that because I know I'm gonna have issues. I'm gonna have back issues, knuckle issues, urinary issues. Man, I don't want to wear a diaper. I feel like that might be my future though. Just because it's gonna be dribbling out. I feel like I'd have a different problem though. Like I wouldn't be able to go at all. That's the prostate issue. I really need to look into doing that too, because they say they're supposed to start at 40. Here I'm going to be 42, and I haven't done that yet. I'm afraid to. I'm nervous. I don't want to go to the doctor. I don't want them to tell me there's something wrong.
You have to go before it's a major problem. It's no big deal.
Hey, you shush back there. I don't need no backseat freaking opinions. Yeah, Rossi, you're going to be super close. I keep feeling like I'm getting a sound loop. Is that a water controller? No, it's a sound. It's Sonic, isn't it? It's a Sonic buff. I was stung by a wasp when I was a teen. I was stung in the balls. I found out I have a severe allergy. Whoa! But I got a superpower out of it. I can't feel pain when struck in the... What? I don't have the normal reaction that most guys have. Really? Really? That's crazy. You're like a kick-ass. Broke all your nerve endings. Not me, man. I get kicked fucking in the nuts, dude. I'm on the ground and I'm bawling like a baby. I turn into a 4-year-old. It's like instant bawling. I can't control it. Look at me dealing with colon cancer on top of everything else. That's right. I remember that. Remember you talked about that. I can withstand a lot of pain, but getting kicked in the nuts, man, I'm done. I am on the ground in tears. I can withstand a lot of pain, but if you stick me with a needle, I freak out. And it's not the pain, it's just the idea that it's in my vein. It freaks me the fuck out. You feel it the next day? That's weird. Luckily, though, colon cancer is super treatable.
With a colostomy bag.
Not even that. You can get by with... A lot of people have colon cancer that don't have to deal with the colon colostomy bag. Now, you might in the beginning, but then they get everything all fixed up and everything, and you don't need it anymore. There's a lot of different options they can do. Colon cancer is not as bad as it used to be. Very treatable. Oh shoot, really? It made you sterile? Being stung in the nuts by a wasp made you sterile? Holy shit. That's crazy. That's probably for the best. That's probably nature's way of keeping you from making wasp babies. Giant wasp baby insects. You're gonna make your own freaking villains. Henchmen. There you are. I was wondering where that was. You've pulled out your own teeth? Oh my goodness. They'll be pulling out your teeth, man. When it's beginning, yeah. Look at that, we finished right at 2 o'clock. That's crazy. Let's do one more run, though, so we can get... Because I think Roth is super close. We'll do one more. Finished. Yes, leave. Like 3 bars away. Play, standard. Somebody's running and laughing at the same time. LMAO. Alright, so this will be the last run then. We'll do one more. Oh, oh my freaking tailbone. I need a butt pillow. I have one, but it actually makes my hips hurt. You're leaving? You just like my sound, huh? Wait, I'm gonna kick you real fast. Evan, are you leaving? Are you exiting for the day, or are you coming back? Oh, you already left. Already out. Well, Evan, thank you, man, for coming. I appreciate it. The sound is growing on you? I mean, I wouldn't say it's growing on me, but I've adjusted to it. It is a relief when it's not there no more. Suddenly you're like, oh, suddenly I feel better. I don't know why. 5 p.m. you haven't cooked dinner? We don't have a set dinner time around here. It's when we're hungry. I have to be careful because I'm at that age now where I have to be careful that I don't eat right before I go to bed. Or I end up with horrible acid reflux. Like I wake up choking to death on acid. Sucks. Whoops. Mean boss is mean? Is it Kylo Ren? Is Kylo Ren your boss? He'd be a mean boss. Have you guys seen that Saturday Night Live? Not just the first one. They made a sequel to it. To the boss, undercover boss? Yeah, undercover boss. Where Kylo Ren goes undercover. Well, they made a sequel to it 5 years later, you know, to see if he's learned anything. It's not as good as the first one. Not nearly as good as the first one. But it's still really funny. And the video I saw it in, I was like, are these the new people for Saturday Night Live? Because I don't recognize any of them. And that is the first time I've ever watched Saturday Night Live that I don't recognize anybody. Because in the past, even if they were new people, they got on movies and different projects and big movies, so you would recognize their face, even if they weren't like household names, you would recognize them. So if you went into a Saturday Night Live, you'd be like, oh, okay, I recognize that guy. I don't know their name, but I recognize them. On the latest Saturday Night Live, I was like, I have no idea who these people are. I have to take 22 pills a day, 11 in the morning, 11 at night with dinner. If it was up to me, I'll be eating out every day. Oh my gosh. I don't know how your Taco Bell is. Ours is good here, but if you have one of the bad Taco Bells, I guess Taco Bell would be really bad for you. Having your grabbing dinner? That's cool, man. I get it. I mean, it's 2 o'clock here on the West Coast. And I know there's people here from across the seas too, overseas, so we've got all kinds of time ranges here, time zones. Oh, I hear the dog crying.
She's dreaming.
She's dreaming.
She's running as well.
She's running in her sleep. I wonder what she's dreaming of.
Chasing a cat.
She's chasing a cat?
That's what I assume.
She's probably running from a piece of paper. 10 p.m. there in Iceland. There was someone from Paris who wanted to get on there too. He said he's 9-hour difference from here. Well, no, actually, he didn't know the difference. I had to go find it for him. So I like Googled it. What's the difference between California and Germany? 9 hours. You're actually thinking of moving to California? Like, legit thinking, or? Like, do we have, like, better doctors that you need or something? Are you, like, chasing down a doctor? Or? Going back to Cali. I don't know. I feel like if I ever moved to get away from all the California nonsense, I would end up coming back. Oh, I'm getting an error about buffering again. So if you guys might experience more buffering. Oh, Kobe's daughter was on the helicopter?
Yeah, his oldest, they were on our way to the basketball.
Oh, they were going to her basketball game. Wow. That's crazy. She was 13. When people talk about crazy ways to die like that, my thought is their last thought as it was happening. That's what scares the shit out of me. Like, just the panic that goes through your mind. I wonder what happened, though, for them to crash. I hope they're able to do an investigation to figure out what the hell happened.
It was foggy in the mountains, but they don't know for sure yet.
Like, something had to go wrong for them to lose control or something. Oh, for the weather and stuff? It's expensive. California's expensive in general, but the closer you get to the beach, it just astronomically goes up. Gets more and more expensive. Like, we live 2.5 hours away, as far as, you know, the drive goes. And it's, you know, it's still expensive where we're at, but I mean, I don't know. My brother moved to the beach, to Morro Bay, and I don't know. My wife and I were like, we considered it. If there was a way that she could transfer and I could transfer, we considered it. Because he had this awesome apartment, like, that overlooked Morro Bay Rock and Morro Rock. It was just awesome. Grats on 50. Nice. Anything is cheaper than Iceland? Now, if you go way inland to, like, the not in the mountain areas, but more mid-America, the Midwest, or whatever you want to call it, it's super cheap. It's super cheap, and wages are super high. Like, you get paid really good, and then everything's super cheap, which doesn't make any sense to me, but whatever. You would think wage salaries would be super low too, but it's actually a lot bigger. No problem, Rasta. My pleasure. I tried to drag you in here last week to just go solo, just me and you, and get you level 50. You were too busy with We have Cake, which your wife is now a GM of. I think isn't Per a GM now? They're just handing GMs to anybody, I guess. I don't know why Per would want that much responsibility. She's got too much responsibility at work already. Now your double XP booster went away. Yep. That's weird. It's still showing up. Brigg and Genie are great peeps. Well, I know there's another Per on there that runs things. But I could have swore Per. Someone said Per was too. Because Cindy isn't Cindy a GM on there too? And I think Payne is too. I don't know how they became GMs on there. I don't want that responsibility. After running a super group that took all of my time, and I had to keep a schedule and do things every single night, and cater to everybody, and took over my life. I don't want that responsibility anymore. I mean, because it literally took over my life. It's all I did. I'd like to be able to freely come and go as I please. Yeah. That's what I thought. I don't even remember my password anymore over there. Like, I was really turned off when I was... that you don't even have a personal password. You have to set it up with a GM, and I'm like, what? So somebody else knows my password? I'm not okay with that. It just kind of freaked me out. And I probably have no reason to worry, but it was just, how, we fear the unknown, and that was kind of like an unknown element. I'd never seen it before. So it kind of gave me a little bit of a like a what? I don't know. I'm a little uncomfortable. I have a couple that lives in Santa Monica. He's been asking me to come over and move in. My aunt lived in Santa Monica. The promenade is really cool. Especially if you're there like on a Saturday. It's pretty cool. The promenade leads like right to the mall. It's like a street that's like, there's no cars on it. It's like blocked off the cars. You just walk down it. It's almost like an outdoor mall, but it's a street. It's very cool. We actually went there a couple years ago. And I hadn't been there in 20 years. So it was cool to go back. It looked exactly the same. I mean, it had new stores, Apple Store and stuff like that, but it was still the promenade. Very cool looking. I kept trying to tell, I was with my wife and Daz, and I was trying to tell him, look, it's over here. I know it's over here. And like we looked up on the map, and I found it, and it was like within walking distance. We went over there, and I was super excited. I don't know if they were as happy about it, but I was excited to see it. It was pretty cool. And I had never been in a Apple store before. So I was like, oh, let's go in here. So it was neat. In Iceland, we pay around $2 per liter of gas, or $8 per gallon. Holy shit! I don't know what the conversion is though for money. Right now, I think we're paying like $3.50-ish, somewhere around there, a gallon. I miss the days where you could just go in there and throw $3 at the lady. Train number 7, please. And walk out. Actually had time to relax, sit back in your car, wait. Now you gotta put $20 in and pray to God it lasts you a few days. That's what sucks when I go back to work. You know, I'm usually putting a minimum of 60 miles a day on my truck, my van. Sometimes a lot more. So I'll put $40 in like every 2 to 3 days. It's ridiculous. I get reimbursed at the end of the week, but or the end of the following week, but still, I gotta fund it all. I don't know how my work gets away with it. I am responsible for supplying my own tools, my own vehicle, and somehow they don't have to pay us double minimum wage. I mean, granted, I make double, but it's not set up that way because they pay us by points. So if I were to take a long time, like a lot more hours than normal, it would actually be really low. But at my normal pace, I make way more than double minimum wage. But they don't pay us like by the hour like that. It's a point system. So what it comes down to, no matter how long it takes me to do a job, I still get paid exactly the same. I don't know what beer costs. I don't drink.
$16 for 24 packs.
He's saying they have to pay $12 US dollars for a pint of beer.
That's ridiculous.
I don't know what beer costs though, so I don't know if that's a lot or not.
If you go to a bar and you get a pint, it's between $6 and $8, depending if you're getting a cheap beer. A craft beer might be 12.
Okay, so my wife is saying it's between 6 and 12. 6 for the cheap stuff, 12 for the expensive stuff. What is your 12 for? Piss water? Oh, that's the other factor too. Yeah, less alcohol content. So our beer you have to drink more of. Your beer you drink half, and you're freaking all of a sudden walking down the street in the middle of the night wearing a woman's dress, singing freaking weird songs. Yeah, that's what Laura was saying too. Have you ever tried Dark Fire? Yes, I have. I have played a Dark Fire before. I don't remember what I did with it. I did it just because I wanted the cool dark look to it. Oh yeah, concerts are ridiculous. Or baseball games, they can get crazy too. Only place one can get alcohol. I kept seeing global alcohol outside of a bar is at special government-run liquor stores that close at 6 p.m. That seems like an oxymoron. The governments are banning. That's like weed back in the day. Weed was never officially illegal. The only way to get weed was to have their special stamp that allowed you to get weed. And then to make it people like to enforce people not to get weed, they no longer started printing the stamp. Which was just a way to say, oh, weed is illegal. No, weed is not illegal. You have weed illegally. You don't have the government officiated stamp, which I think a lot of people forget. I think cops get a little too. I think cops don't even know that. Back when weed was globally, or nationally, I should say, illegal. That's the way California is, Guthmunder. California just taxes everything. It's ridiculous. And I used to have my contractor's license back in the day, and I had my own business. And the amount of taxes you have to do to freaking do all that shit is just ridiculous. So freaking stupid. And on top of all that, there's all kinds of extra codes and stuff, safety codes. because someone does something stupid. They have like a freak accident that is like a 1 in a million, and then they make a whole code that provides that'll never happen again. I'm like, dude, it was like a freak accident to begin with. Not gonna happen. It's dumb. It's stupid. Just so many damn codes. California's a mess. Never hear them raising taxes on golf courses. He was hanged a week later? Wow. That's crazy. I remember that one kid back in the day. I don't know how long, but that was a long time ago. Long time ago. That kid, he did something. It wasn't as bad as they made it out to seem. I think he tagged something, he graffitied something or something. It was, I think the news blew it out of proportion more than it was. But he got caned. They freaking caned his ass. That's crazy. I guess that's one way to prevent crime. It's just too bad it's a shitty crime, but that's one way to prevent a crime. Yeah, I remember it being graffiti. I don't know, that seems a little harsh, but I bet you, I mean, I don't know the statistics on it, I'm just guessing, but I would bet that their crime is pretty low when it comes to that kind of stuff. That's like Dracula, the real Dracula, Vlad Barasis, or whatever his name was, Impaler, if you want to call him that. When he was the king, he had a golden cup that sat in the middle of his court, and nobody stole it because punishment was death. So I mean, he kept his people in line, and to this day, he's considered like a great leader, great king. Even though for some reason some people call him a tyrant, I guess it's perspective, but he was considered a hero. So they hate the idea of Dracula, because to them he's a hero. He's a great historical hero, and we all call him Dracula. Vlad Tepes, Vlad the Impaler, Dracula, the son of Dracul, Order of the Dragon. You finish your all Sentinels ITF. Are you doing that? He can't hear me still. Are you doing that on WHC or HC? There, he can read it. Yeah, Vlad was a great leader. He's remembered as a great leader, especially to people who live in Wallachia and Romania. He's a hero. And then Bram Stoker turned him into a vampire. Damn. He was always viewed as the bloodthirsty tyrant, though, because he was forced of the dead. Because he did like to impale massive amounts of people and have dinner while watching it happen. I mean, he was kind of vicious, but he did a lot of good for that area. Oh, he did do an Excelsior. Nice. I thought so because he did the tanks. I thought so, because it made sense with the new changes. Yeah. He was definitely a tyrant. There's also the story of where there was a cop, a police officer chasing a criminal, and the criminal ran into somebody's house, and the cop chased after him and caught him in the house. And then Vlad killed the police officer. He had the police officer murdered or executed because the police officer was a nobleman and knew better to go into somebody's home uninvited, where the criminal was, I guess, scum and didn't know any better. So I was like, damn! He didn't mess around. But, you know, crime was very low. Everybody was afraid because punishment was death. And death meant you got your head on a pike. This bloodthirsty tyrant. I can't remember his Vlad Barisius the third. I think he was the third. Vlad Barisius, something like that. Tepesh wasn't his last name. Tepesh was a title. It meant impaler. Vlad the Impaler. Vlad Tepesh. It was Barius or Vaudius or something like that. The third. His father was nicknamed Dracul because they were in the Christian order, the Order of the Dragon. His father was Dracul and he was Dracula. I wrote a book about vampires. I studied Dracula a lot in high school. I was obsessed. Okay. Oh my gosh. I need to get up and stretch. Well, thank you, everyone. Thank you for coming. Thank you for helping out my channel. Because, I mean, just you guys being here and just watching the channel, the hours add up to, I have to hit 4,000 hours. So 4,000 hours of watch time, 1,000 subscribers, and I can actually start making money off doing this and make this like a job, and I can actually do this for a living. That would be awesome. But yes, it was my pleasure, guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Jenny, you are a rose among thorns. Need IO. Oh my gosh. I can't wait to stand up and stretch. My tailbone is killing me. And I think I'm hungry. I've gotten the past I'm like beyond hunger. But thank you everyone for watching. For everyone that stuck around. I'm happy everybody got into oh, somebody else just showed up. We're just getting ready to shut it down. So I'm tired. I'm going for 4.5 hours. You're very welcome, Gothmunder. You're on almost every day. I have been so busy, I haven't been able to do much on anything. Like, I'm even supposed to be recording for the Star Wars Jedi so I can, you know, upload those videos of the playthrough, and I haven't even got a chance to really do. I think I've done that once this week. Later all, thanks for being here while I hit 50. It was all for you, Rasta. There's a speed ITF forming. Rasta, you should jump on the ITF. That's a good way to get incarnates. The ITF is just as fast as leveling in my farm. It's crazy in there. Especially if, well, obviously speed ITFs you're not going to get too much, but a normal one you could. But yep. Okay, so thank you everyone for watching. I said that like 3 times. Thank you guys for coming. It's my pleasure to run these live streams and get you guys all leveled up or XP, influence, incarnates, whatever you need. I have to send you an audio file how to pronounce the name. Gothmunder. I like Gothmunder. I'm curious. I'm gonna have to Google. I bet you I can Google it. I'm sure that lady of it, Gothmunder. Anyway, I will see you guys next week. If you guys have questions or anything, you can just shoot me a question or a comment in here, whatever works. If you can, share my video with somebody else, whatever video. Try to get some new people in here, and I mean we're up to 321 now, so I mean that's awesome. You know, all the help helps me. So take care, everyone. I shall see you next week. Stay golden. Bye bye.